Chapter 1 Arjuna-Vishada-Yoga, the Lamentation of Arjuna.
Dhritarashtra-uvacha Dharma-kshetre Kurukshetre Samaveta-yujutsavaha Mamaka Pandavaschaiva Kimmakurvata Sanjaya.
Dhritarashtra says, O Sanjaya, after they gathered on the holy field of Kurukshetra, being eager for battle, what did my sons and the Pandavas do?
Sanjaya uvacha Drishtva tu Pandavanikam Vyudam Duryodhanastata Acharyamupasangamya Raja-Vachanam-apravit.
Sanjaya says, O king, Duryodhana, seeing the Pandavas' army in military formation, approached his teacher Drona and said these words,
Pashyetam Panduputranam Acharya Mahatim Chamum Vyudham Drupada-putrena Tavashishyena dhimata.
Duryodhana says, O master, behold this mighty army of the Pandavas, led by the son of Drupada, who is your intelligent disciple.
Atra Shura Maheshvasa Bhima-Arjuna-samayudhi Yuyodhano Viratascha Drupadascha Maharataha.
In that army are heroes and great archers like Bhima and Arjuna. There are mighty warriors like Yuyudhana, Virata and Drupada.
Drishtaketuscha Kitana Kashirajascha Viryavan Purujit Kundibojascha Shebhyascha Narapungavaha.
There is Drishtaketu, Chekitana, and the valiant king of Kashi, Purujit, Kuntiboja, and Shaibhya, all of whom are the best among men.
Yudhamam yascha Vikranta Uttamo yascha Viryavan Saubhatro Draupadeyascha Sarva eva Maharata.
There is the valiant Yudhamanyu and the strong Uttamaujas. There is also the son of Subhadra, as well as the sons of Draupadi. All of them are mighty chariot warriors.
Hasmakam tu Vishishtaye Tannibodat Vijottama Nayaka mama sainyasya Samyartam tan bravimite.
O best of Brahmanas, let me now familiarize you with our principal warriors who are the commanders of my army. I shall name them to refresh your memory.
Bhavan Bhishmascha Karnascha Krupascha Samitinjayaha Ashvatama Vikarnascha Saumadatistataivacha.
There is yourself, Bhishma, and Karna, the victorious Kripa, Ashvatthama, Vikarna, and Jayadratha, the son of Somadatta.
Hanyecha Bhavashura Madarte Tyakta Jivitaha Nana Shastra Praharana Sarve Yutta Visharadaha.
And there are many other heroes who are determined to give up their lives for my sake. They are all experts in weaponry and experienced in the art of warfare.
Aparyaptam tadasmakam balam bhishma pirakshitam paryaptam tvidametesham balam bhima pirakshitam.
This force of ours, marshaled by Bhishma, is immeasurable, while their strength controlled by Bhima is limited.
Ayaneshu cha sarveshu yata bhagam avastita bhishmam meva birakshantu pavantas sarva eva hi.
All of you therefore should make every effort to guard Bhishma, while stationed at your respective positions in the army.
Tasya sanjanayan harsham kuru vritta pitamaha simmanadam vinadyochai shankam dhatmo pratapavan.
Sanjaya says, Then the valiant grandsire Bhishma, the most senior of the Kuru clan, roaring like a lion, blew his conch to encourage Duryodhana.
Tata shankascha biryascha panavanaka gumuka sahase vapya hanyanta sashaptas tumulo bhavat.
Suddenly, conches and kettle drums, trumpets, tabors, and horns erupted forth, and the sound was terrific.
Tata shvete rayer yukte mahati syandane stito Madhava Pandavaschaiva Divyo Shanko Pradatmatuhu.
Then Sri Krishna and Arjuna, stationed in their great chariot drawn by white horses, blew their divine conches.
Panchajanyam Rishikesho Devadattam Dhananjayah Pondram Datmo Mahashankam Bhima-karma Vrakodharaha.
Sri Krishna blew his conch, Panchajanya. Arjuna blew his, named Devadatta, and Bhima, the performer of terrible deeds, blew the great conch Paundra.
Ananta Vijayam Raja Kunti Putro Yudhishthiraha Nakula Sahadevascha Sukosha Manipushpako.
King Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, blew his conch Ananta Vijaya, and Nakula and Sahadeva blew their conches Sugosha and Manipushpaka.
Kasyascha Parameshvasa Shikhandi Maharataha Drishtadyumno Viratascha Satyakischa Parajitaha.
Then the supreme archer, king of Kashi, and the mighty warrior Shikhandi, Drishtadumna, Virata, and the invincible Satyaki all blew their respective conches.
Drupado Draupadi-yascha Sarvasha Prithivipate Sobhadrascha Mahabahu Shankan Datmo Pradak.
King Drupada, the sons of Draupadi, and the strong-armed son of Subhadra, all blew their various conches again and again.
Sagosho Dhartarashtranam Hridayani Vyadarayat Nabhastya Prithivim Chaiva Tumulobhyanunadayan.
That tumultuous uproar, resounding through heaven and earth, rent the hearts of Dhritarashtra's sons.
Hatavyavastitan drishtva Dhartarastran kapitvajaha Pravrite shastra sampate Danurutyam yapandavaha.
After seeing the sons of Dhritarashtra arranged in their formation, Arjuna, who had Hanuman as his banner crest, took up his bow in preparation for war.
Rishikesham tatavakyam idamaha mahipate Arjuno vacha Senayorupayormatye hratam stapayamechyuta Yavate tanniriksheham yotukamanavastitan Kermaya sahayodavyam asmin ranasamutyame.
And he spoke, O king, these words to Sri Krishna. Arjuna says, O Krishna, station my chariot between the two armies. I wish to look at those who are present here and know exactly who I have to fight in this great battle.
Yutsyamana viksheham ya etetra samagata Dhartarashtrasya durbuttir yute priyachikirshavah.
I am eager to see those who have gathered here to please the evil-minded son of Dhritarashtra, Duryodhana.
Sanjaya vacha evam mukto rishikesho gudakeshena bharata senayorupayormatye stapayitva ratottamam.
Sanjaya says, O Dhritarashtra, having been addressed by Arjuna, Sri Krishna stationed that best of chariots between the two armies.
Bhishma Drona Pramukata Sarvesham Chamahikshitam Uvacha Partha Pashyetan Samavetan Kuruniti.
In front of Bhishma, Drona, and all the other kings, Krishna says, O Arjuna, behold all the Kurus who have assembled here.
Tatra Pashyat Stitan Partha Pitranatta Pitamahan Acharyan Matulan Bratran Putran Pautran Sakimstata Svashuran Suraraschaiva Senayorupayorapi Tan Samikshyassa Kaunteya Sarvan Bandhu Navastitan Krupaya Paraya Vishto Vishidan Nidamapravit. Arjuna vacha Drishtvemam svajanam Krishna Yuyutsam samupastitam Siddhanti mama gatrani Mukam cha parishishyati. Vepatuscha sharire me romaharshascha jayate.
Then Arjuna saw standing there fathers and grandfathers, teachers, uncles, brothers, sons, grandsons, and friends. Having seen all his friends and different relatives there, Arjuna was filled with deep compassion and said these words in despair. After seeing my own family and friends ready to do battle and kill one another, my limbs have become weak and my mouth is drying up. My body is trembling and my hair is standing on end.
Gandivam sramsate hastat takchaiva paridahyate Natcha shaknum yavastatum brahmativacha me manaha.
My bow, the Gandiva, is slipping from my hands and my skin is burning. I am unable to hold myself together. I am confused and my mind is reeling.
Nimitani cha pashyami viparitani keshava nacha shreyo nupasyami hatva swajanamahave.
O Krishna, I see only calamity for the future. I cannot see any good in killing my own family in battle.
Nakangshe vijayam Krishna nacha rajyam sukani cha kim no rajena govinda kim bhoger jivite nava.
Nor do I desire victory, a kingdom, or happiness. Of what use to us is a kingdom, enjoyment, or even life itself?
Yesha marte kangshitam no rajam bhoga sukani cha ta ime vastita yutte pranam styaktva danani cha.
The people for whose sake we desire those things stand ready to fight and give up their lives and their wealth for this war.
Acharya pitara putras tateva chapita maha matula svashura putra syala sambandinastata.
Teachers, fathers, sons, and also grandfathers, uncles, father-in-laws, and grandsons, brother-in-laws, and other relatives stand before me.
Etan hantumichami gnatopi madhusudana apitre lokya rajasya heto kim nu mahikrate.
O Krishna, they may wish to slay me, but I have no desire to kill them, even if it were to rule the 3 worlds, much less for this earth.
Nihatya dhartarashtrana kapriti sya janardana papam eva shayed asman hatvetan attatayinaha.
If we kill the sons of Dhritarashtra, what joy will be ours, O Krishna? Sin alone will stain us if we kill these aggressors.
Tasmanarha vayam hantum dharta rashtran sabandhavan swajanam hikatam hatva sukinasyama madava.
Therefore, it is not right that we slay the sons of Dhritarashtra. How can we rejoice, O Krishna, if we kill our own relatives?
Yatyapyete na pashyanti lobho pahata chetasaha kulakshaya kridam dosham mitra drohe cha patakam katam nanyeyam asmabhi papat asman nivartitum kulakshaya kridam dosham prapasyat bhirjanardana.
Even though these people whose minds are overpowered by greed see no evil in destroying their family and betraying their friends, why should we, O Krishna, who do recognize this evil, engage in such sinful deeds?
Kulakshayi pranashyanti kuladharma sanatana dharme nashte kulam kritsnam hadharmo bhibhavatyuta.
If the family is destroyed, its ancient traditions perish, and when traditions perish, unrighteousness overtakes the whole clan.
Adharma bhibhavat Krishna pradushyanti kulastriyaha strishu dushtasu vashneya jayate varna sankaraha.
When unrighteousness prevails, O Krishna, the women of the clan become corrupt. When women become corrupt, future generations will follow.
Sankaro narakayaiva kulaknanam kulasya cha patanti pitaro yesham lupta pindo takakriya.
The mixing of social classes creates a living hell, both for the family and for those who destroy it. Consequently, the ancestors of such a family will certainly fall, because they will be deprived of their ritual offerings.
Doshe rete kulaknanam varna sankarakarake hutsat yante jati dharma kulat dharmascha shashvata.
The sinful deeds of those who destroy their family and mix social classes ruin the ancient traditions of our clan.
Utsanna kula dharmanam manushyanam janardana narake niyatam vaso bhavat ityanushashrama.
We have heard, O Krishna, that there is certainly a place in hell for those who destroy such family practices.
Aho bata mahat papam kartum vyavasita vayam yat raja sukha lobhena hantum swajanamutyata.
Alas, we have resolved to commit a great crime, in that we are ready to slay our own family just to rule and enjoy the pleasures of a kingdom.
Yadimam apratikaram ashastram shastrapanayah datarashtraranehanyus tanme kshemataram bhavet.
Even if the fully armed sons of Dhritarashtra were to slay me in battle, unresisting and unarmed, that would be better for me.
Sanjay uvacha evam muktva Arjuna sankhye ratopasta upavishat visraja sasharam chapam shoka samviknyamanasaha.
Sanjaya says, having spoken these words on the battlefield, Arjuna threw aside his bow and arrows and sat down on the seat of his chariot, his heart overwhelmed with grief. Chapter 2, Sankhya-Yoga, the eternal nature of the soul.
Sanjay uvacha tam tata krupaya vishtam ashrupurna kulikshanam vishidantamidam vakyam uvacha madhusudanaha.
Sanjaya says, seeing Arjuna overcome with pity, depressed, bewildered, and his eyes filled with tears, Krishna spoke these words.
Shri Bhagavan uvacha kutastva kashmalamidam vishame samupastitam anarya drushtamasvargyam akirti karamarjuna.
Lord Krishna says, where has this weakness come from, O Arjuna? It is not worthy of a noble person like you. Such faint-heartedness will not lead to the attainment of heaven, but to dishonor.
Klebhyamma smagama parta netatvayupapadyate kshudram hridaya dhaurbhalyam tvaktvo tishtaparantapa.
Do not give in to this unmanliness, O Arjuna. It does not befit you. Throw away this weakness and arise, O vanquisher of enemies.
Arjuna vacha katam bhishmam maham sankhye dronam cha madhusudana yeshubi pariyotsyami pujarha varisudana.
Arjuna says, O Krishna, destroyer of enemies, how can I fire arrows against Bhishma and Drona in battle? These men are worthy of my worship.
Gurunna hatvami mahanubhavan shriyo bhuktum bheksyam api aloke hatvartaka mamstu gurunihaiva punjiya bhogan ririrapradigdan.
It would be better to live a life as a beggar than to slay these great souls who are my teachers. Even if they are tainted with a desire for wealth, by slaying them, I would only be enjoying blood-stained pleasures.
Na chetadvitmakkataranno gariyo yatva jayema yadiva no jayeyuhu yaneva hatva najijivisamas titvashtita pramuke dhartarashtraha.
We do not know which of the two is better for us, killing them or being killed by them. After slaying the sons of Dhritarashtra, standing here before us, there would be no point in living.
Karpanya dosho pahata swabhava Pritchami tvam dharmasya mudha-chetasah Yachreyasya nishchitam brohitan me Shishyasti shadi mam tvam prapannam.
With my heart overcome by weakness and my mind confused about my duty, I urge you to tell me clearly what is good for me. I am your disciple and I take refuge in you. Please teach me.
Nahi prapashyami mamapanutyat Yat shokamudchoshanamindriyanam Avapya bhuma vasapatnartam Rajam suranam apichadipatyam.
Even if I win a prosperous kingdom unchallenged on this earth, or even if I have lordship over the gods, I cannot see how this grief drying up my senses can be dispelled.
Sanjaya uvacha Evam muktva rishikesham Gudakesha parantapa Nayotsya iti govindam Huktva tushnim babhuvaha.
Sanjaya says, having spoken so to Sri Krishna, Arjuna, the conqueror of sleep and the vanquisher of enemies, said, I will not fight, and became silent.
Tammuvacha rishikesha prahasanniva bharata Senayorubhayor matye vishidhantamidam vachaha.
O king, as Arjuna was grieving between the two armies, Krishna, while smiling, spoke the following words.
Shri Bhagavanuvacha Ashocyanan vashochastvam Prajna vadamscha bhashase Katasu nakatasumscha Nanushocanti panditaha.
Lord Krishna says, whilst grieving for those who should not be grieved for, your words appear wise. But the learned lament neither for the dead nor for the living.
Natvevaham jatu nasam Natvam neme janadipah Nacheva nabhavishyama Sarve vayamataparam.
There never was a time when I did not exist, nor you, nor any of these kings, nor will there be any time in the future when all of us shall cease to be.
Dehinosmin yata dehe Kaumaram yovanam jara Tata dehantara praptir Dhiras tatra namuhyati.
Just as the embodied self passes through childhood, youth, and old age, so too at death it passes into another body. A wise man is not bewildered by these events.
Matra sparshastu kaunteya Shitoshna sukha dukkhadah Agama payino nityas Tam stitikshvasva bharata.
The contact of senses with their objects, O Arjuna, give rise to feelings of cold and heat, pleasure and pain. They come and they go. They are impermanent, so endure them without being disturbed.
Yam hina vyatayant yete Purusham purusharshaba Samadukhka sukham dhiram Somratat vayakalpate.
One who is unaffected by these, O best of men, and to whom pain and pleasure are the same, that steadfast person alone is worthy of immortality.
Na sato vidyate bhavo Na bhavo vidyate sataha Upayorapi drushtontas Tvannayos tattvadarshibihi.
The unreal can never come into being, and the real never ceases to be. This is the conclusion of those who have seen the truth.
Avinashi tu tat vitti Yena sarvamidam tatam Vinasham avyayasyasya Nakaschit kartum harati.
It is indestructible and pervades the whole material universe. None can cause the destruction of the imperishable self.
Antavanta ime deha Nityas yogta sharirinaha Anashino prameyasya Tasmat yuddhasva bharata.
The material bodies of the self are said to have an end, while the self itself is eternal, indestructible, and incomprehensible. Therefore, fight, O Arjuna.
Yayenam vitti hantaram Yaschainam manyate hatam Ubhau tau na vijanito Nayam hanti na hanyate.
One who believes that the self can kill, and one who thinks it can be killed, both are in ignorance. For the self neither slays nor is it slain.
Na jayate mriyate va kadachin, na yam bhutva bhavita va na bhuyaha. Ajo nitya shashvato yam purano, na hanyate hanyamane sharire.
The self is never born and it never dies. It has always existed and will never cease to exist. It is unborn, eternal, everlasting, and most ancient. It is not killed when the body is slain.
Veda vinashinam nityam yayenam majamavyayam kadam ca purusha parta kamgata yati hantikam.
Arjuna, if one knows this self to be indestructible, unborn, unchanging, and eternal, how and whom does one cause to be killed? And whom does one kill?
Vasam sijirnanyata vihaya nava nigrannati naroparani tata sharirani vihaya jirna nyanyani samyati navani tehi.
As a person casts off worn-out garments and puts on new ones, so does the embodied self cast off its worn-out bodies and enter into new ones.
Nenam chindati shastrani, nenam dahati pavakaha, na chenam kridayantyapo, na shoshayati marutaha.
Weapons do not cut the self, fire does not burn it, water does not wet it, and wind does not dry it.
Achedyoham madayoham, akledyo shusyayevacha, nitya sarvagatastanur, achaloyam sanatanaha.
It cannot be cut, it cannot be burnt, it cannot be wetted, and it cannot be dried. It is eternal, all-pervading, fixed, immovable, and everlasting.
Avyaktoham achintyoham, avikaryoyam uchyate, tasmat evam viditvainam, nanushochitumarasi.
This self is said to be unseen, inconceivable, and unchanging. When you understand this, you should no longer grieve.
Atachainam nityajatam, nityam vamanyase mrutam, tatapi tvam mahabaho, nevam shochitumarhasi.
Even if you consider this self to repeatedly go through birth and death, O Arjuna, still you should not lament.
Jatasya hi dhruvo mrityur, dhruvam janma mritasya cha, tasmata pariharyerte, natvam shochitumarhasi.
For death is indeed certain for everything that is born, and rebirth is certain for that which has died. Therefore, you should not grieve for what is unavoidable.
Avyaktadini bhutani, vyaktamathyani bharata, avyaktani dhananyeva, tatra ka paridevana.
O Arjuna, all beings have a beginning that is unknown, a middle that is known, and an end which is also unknown. So why lament over this?
Ascharyavat pashyati kaschidinam, ascharyavat vadati tataiva chanyaha, ascharyavat chainamanyashrunoti, shrutvapyenam vedana chaiva kaschita.
One person sees the self as a wonder. Likewise, another speaks of it as a wonder. Still another hears of it as a wonder. But even after hearing of it, no one truly understands it.
Dehi nityam avadyoham, dehi sarvasya bharata, tasmat sarvani bhutani, natvam shochitumarhasi.
The self is in all bodies, O Arjuna. It is eternal and indestructible. Therefore, it is not right for you to feel grief for any living being.
Swadharmam api chavikshya, navikambitumarhasi, dharmyati yochat shreyonyat, kshatriyasya na vidyate.
Furthermore, Considering also your own personal duty, you should not hesitate. For a Kshatriya, warrior, there is nothing superior to fighting in a righteous war.
Yadrikchaya chopapannam svargadvaram apavradam sukina kshatriya parta labhante yutamidrasham.
Happy are the Kshatriyas, O Arjuna, at such an opportunity. A war such as this that comes of its own accord opens the gates to heaven.
Atachet tvamimam dharmyam sangramam nakarishyasi tatasvadharmam kirtim cha hitva papam avapsyasi.
But if you do not fight this righteous war, you will be turning away from your duty and will lose your honor. Therefore you will accumulate sin.
Akirtim chapi bhutani katayishyanti te vyayam sambhavitasya cha kirtir maranat atirichyate.
Then people will forever speak of your disgrace, and for an honorable man, dishonor is worse than death.
Bhayat ranatu paratam mansyante tvam maharatah yesham chatam bahu mato bhutva yasyasi lagavam.
The great warriors will think that you have fled from the battlefield in fear. These men who held you in high regard will then speak in contempt of you.
Avachya vadamscha bahun vadishyanti tavahitah nidantastava samartyam tato dukkataram nukim.
Your enemies will condemn your ability. They will use words which should never be uttered. What could be more painful than that?
Hato va prapsyasi swargam jitva va bhukshyase mahin tasmatu tishta kaunteya yudaya kritanishchayah.
If slain, you shall gain heaven. If victorious, you shall enjoy the earth. Therefore, arise, O Arjuna, and resolve to fight.
Sukadukhe same kritva labha labho chaya chayo tato yudhaya yujyasva nenam papam avapsyasi.
Considering pleasure and pain, gain and loss, victory and defeat to be the same, prepare yourself for battle. If you act in this way, you will not incur sin.
Yesha te bihita sankye puttir yogitvimam shranu Pudhya yukto yaya parta karma bandham prahasyasi.
This knowledge which has been taught to you so far is based on Sankhya. Now listen to the teaching concerning Karma-Yoga. When you act with this knowledge, O Arjuna, you will be free from the bonds of action.
Neha vikramana shosti pratyavayo na vidyate svalpam apyasya dharmasya trayate mahato bhayat.
There is nothing to lose in this endeavor, nor is there any failure. Even a little practice of this yoga saves one from great danger.
Vyavasayatmika buddhir ekeha kuru nandana pahushakaya yantascha buddhayo vyavasayinam.
O Arjuna, on this path the resolute mind is one-pointed, but the thoughts of the irresolute are many-branched and endless.
Yamimam pushpitam vacham pravadanya vipaschitaha vedavadarata bharta nanyat astiti vadinaha.
Those who are unwise rejoice at the flowery words of the Veda, declaring there is nothing superior to this.
Kamatmana svargapara janma karma palapradam kriya vishesha bahulam bhogesh varyagatim prati.
Such people are full of desires and have heaven for their goal. Seeking pleasure and power, they teach that the performance of various rituals leads to higher rebirth.
Bhogesh varya prasakthanam taya prahrita chetasam vyavasayatmika buddhi samadho navidiyate.
Those who cling to pleasure and power and are attracted to these teachings cannot develop the resolute will of a concentrated mind.
Tre gunya vishaya veda nistre gunyopavarjuna nirdvandho nitya satvastu niryogakshema atmavan.
The Vedas deal with the three gunas, O Arjuna. You must free yourself from these gunas and from the pairs of opposites. Being ever established in the sattva guna, do not care about acquiring things nor about protecting what has been acquired. Instead, be established in the self.
Yavanartha udapane sarvata samplutodake tavan sarveshu vedeshu brahmanasya vijanataha.
The purpose of a reservoir is easily met by an area flooded with water. In the same way, the knowledge of the Vedas is easily met by a sage who is self-realized.
Karmanyevadhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana ma karma palaheturbu ma te sangustva karmani.
You have a right to act, but not to the fruits of that action. Do not allow rewards to be your motive for action, and at the same time, do not be attached to avoiding action.
Yogasta kuru karmani sangam tyaktva dhananjaya sitya siddhyo samo bhutva samatvam yoga uchyate.
Established in yoga and abandoning attachment, perform your duty. See success and failure with an even mind. This equanimity is the meaning of yoga.
Durena yavaram karma Bhakti-Yoga Dhananjaya Buddhao Sharanamanvikcha Kripana Palahetavaha.
Arjuna, action done with attachment to the results is far inferior to this yoga. Seek refuge in that equanimous state. Those who are motivated by the fruits of action are petty-minded.
Buddhi-yukto jahatiha upe sukrita dushkrute tasmad yogaya yujyasva yoga karmasu kaushalam.
Remaining equal-minded, one rises above righteous and unrighteous deeds. Therefore, devote yourself to this yoga, for yoga is the true way of performing action.
Karmajam buddhi-yuktva hi palam tyaktva manishinaha Janma bandha vinir mukta padam gacchantya namayam.
The wise who are established in this state renounce the fruits of action and are freed from the bondage of rebirth. They go to the abode beyond all suffering.
Yadate moha kalilam buddhir vyatitarishyati tadagantasi nirvedam shrotavyasya shrutasya cha.
When your intellect has passed beyond the forest of delusion, you will be indifferent to what you shall hear in the future and what you have already heard.
Shrutivi pratipannate yada stasyasya nischala samada vachala buddhis tata yogam avapsyasi.
When you are no longer perplexed by the words of the Vedas and remain unshaken with a concentrated mind, then you will have achieved success in yoga.
Arjuna vacha stita pragnasya ka bhasha samadhistasya keshava stita dhi kim prabhashata kim asita vrajeta kim.
Arjuna says, O Krishna, what are the defining qualities of one who has achieved this realization? How does he speak? What is his language like? How does he sit and how does he move?
Shri Bhagavanu vacha prajahati yada kaman sarvan partamanogatan atman yevatmana tushta stita prajnastaduchyate.
The Lord says, when one gives up all desires arising in the mind, O Arjuna, when one satisfies himself by the self alone, then one is said to be of steady wisdom.
Tukeshvanut viknyamana sukesho vikataspruhaha vitaraga bhayakroda stitadhir muniruchyate.
One whose mind is not perturbed by pain, who does not run after pleasures, who is free from desire, fear, and anger, such a person is a sage of steady intellect.
Yas sarvatra nabhisnehas tattat prapya shubha shubham nabhinandati nadveshti tasya prajna pratishtita.
He who has no attachment anywhere, who when encountering the agreeable or the disagreeable feels neither attraction nor aversion, his wisdom is firmly established.
Yada sammarate chayam kurmun ganiva sarvashaha indriyan indriyartebhyas tasya prajna pratishtita.
When one is able to withdraw the senses from the objects of senses on every side, as a tortoise withdraws its limbs, then one's wisdom is firmly established.
Vishaya vinivartante niraharasya dehinaha rasavarjam rasophyasya param drishtva nivartate.
Although the objects of the senses can be given up by one who practices abstinence, the attachment for them can still persist. But when one sees the Supreme Lord, such attraction is naturally renounced by the embodied soul.
Yatato yapi kaunteya purushasya vipaschitaha indriyani pramateni haranti prasabham manaha.
The turbulent senses, O Arjuna, forcefully carry away the mind of even a wise person, despite him continually striving to control them.
Tani sarvani samyamya yukta asita matparaha vashehi yasyendriyani tasya prajna pratishtita.
Having controlled all the senses, one should abide in the state of meditation, having me as the supreme goal. For one who has controlled his senses, wisdom is firmly established.
Dhyayato vishayan pumsa sangas teshupajayate sangat sanjayate kama kamat krodo bijayate.
When one deliberates upon sense objects, attachment to them arises. From attachment comes desire. From desire arises anger.
Krodhat pavati sammoha, sammohat smriti vipramaha, smriti bramshat buddhi nasho, buddhi nashat pranashyati.
From anger arises delusion. From delusion there is loss of memory. From loss of memory, the destruction of discrimination occurs. And with the destruction of discrimination, one is lost.
Ragatvesha viyuktestu vishayanindriyescharan atmavashe videyatma prasadam mattigacchati.
But one who is self-controlled, moving among the sense objects with the senses under restraint, free from attraction and aversion, attains tranquility.
Prasade sarva dukkhanam hanir asyopajayate prasanna chetaso hyashu buddhi paryavatishtate.
In that state of serenity, all sorrow is overcome. For that person who has a serene mind, realization soon becomes well established.
Nasti buddhira yuktasya nachabhyuktasya bhavana nachabhavayata shantir ashantasya kuta sukham.
There can be no realization and no properly focused mind for one who does not engage in this practice. Without such a focused mind, there can be no peace. And without peace, how can there be happiness?
Indriyanam icharatam yanmano nuvidiyate tadasya harati prajnam vayur navam mivambhasi.
The roaming senses experience their objects, and when the mind follows, one's understanding is carried away by them, just as a ship on water is carried away by the wind.
Tasmat yasya mahabaho nigrahitani sarvashaha indriyanindriyartebhyas tasya prajna pratishtita.
Therefore, O mighty armed one, only when one has restrained their senses from their objects does their wisdom become firmly established.
Ya nisha sarva bhutanam tasyam jagati samyami yasyam jagrati bhutani sa nisha pashyato munehi.
What is night for all beings is actually a time of awakening for the self-controlled, and when all beings are awake, it is night for the enlightened one.
Apuryamanam achala pratishtam samutramapa pravishanti yatvat tatvat kamayam pravishanti sarve sashantimapnoti nakamakami.
Just as different rivers flow into the sea which remains full, steady, and immovable, so too do desires flow into an enlightened person. It is he who attains peace, and not the one who seeks to fulfill desires.
Vihaya kamanyas sarvan pumams charati nisprihaha nirmamo nirahankara sashantim madhigacchati.
The one who has abandoned all desires and is free from any craving and does not have any notion of I and mine, that person alone attains real peace.
Isha brahmistiti parta nenam prapya vimuhyati stitvasyam mantakalepi brahma nirvanam ruchyati.
This is the realized state, O Arjuna. Once this is attained, there is no delusion. By abiding in this state, even at the hour of death, one attains the abode of God. Chapter 3. Karma-Yoga. Understanding Karma-Yoga.
Arjuna uvacha jyayasi chit karmanaste mata bhutirjanardana tat kim karmani ghore mam niyojayasi keshava.
Arjuna says, If, O Krishna, you consider intelligence to be superior to action, why do you urge me to engage in this terrible deed?
Vyamishre naiva vakyena buddhim mohayasi vame tatekam vada nischitya yena shriyoham apnuyam.
You confuse me with statements that seem to contradict each other. Tell me for certain the way I can reach the highest good.
Shri Bhagavan uvacha lokesmin dvitvida nishta pura prokta maya naga Jnana-Yogena Sankhyanam Karma-Yogena Yoginam.
Lord Krishna says, O sinless one, as I have mentioned in this world, there are two paths. Jnana-Yoga, for those who are ready to contemplate and analyze, and Karma-Yoga, for those ready to act in detachment.
Na karmanam anarambhan nishkairmyam purushoshnute natya samnyasanateva siddhim samadhigacchati.
Understand that no one achieves freedom from action simply by abstaining from it, and no one ever attains perfection by renunciation alone.
Nahi kaschit kshamam api jatutishtatya karma krut karyate yavashak karma sarva prakriti jairgunir.
No one can remain still, even for a moment, without performing action. Everyone is helplessly forced to act by the gunas born from material nature.
Karmendriyani samyamya ya aste manasa smaran indriyarthan vimutthatma mityacharatsa uchyate.
One who restrains the organs of action while still contemplating on the objects of the senses is deluded and a hypocrite.
Yastvindriyani manasa niyamya rapatirjuna karmendriyer karma yogam asaktasya vishishyate.
But Arjuna, one who can subdue the senses with the mind and practice Karma-Yoga with the organs of action free from attachment, is far superior.
Niyatam kuru karmatvam karma jayoya karmanaha sharira yatra pichate na prasidhyeta karmanaha.
You must perform your duty, for action is superior to the avoidance of action. Understand that one cannot even maintain one's own body without action.
Yajñartat karmano yatra loko yam karma bandhanaha taratham karma kaunteya mukta-sanga-samachara.
Apart from action done in a spirit of sacrifice, this world is bound by action. Therefore, Arjuna, being free from attachment, you must act with this purpose alone.
Sahayagne praja srushtva puro vacha prajapatihi anena prasavishyatvam esha vostrishtaka maduka.
In the beginning, the Lord of all beings created humans along with the sacrifice, saying, "By this you shall prosper. This shall be the cow of plenty, granting all your desires."
Devan bhavayitanena te deva bhavayantu vaha parasparam bhavayanta shriya paramavapsyata.
By this may you nurture the gods, and in return the gods will nurture you. In this way, nurturing one another, you will obtain the highest good.
Ishtan bhogan nivo deva tasyante yajna bhavitah terdatta na prabhayebhyo yo bhunkte stena evasaha.
The gods, pleased by sacrifice, will bestow on you the enjoyments you desire. One who enjoys the gifts of the gods without offering them anything in return is verily a thief.
Yajna shishta shina santo mujjante sarvakilbishai bunjate titvagam papa ye pachantyatmakaranat.
The righteous who eat the remnants of sacrifices are freed from all sins. But the sinful ones who cook only for their own gratification eat only sin.
Anat bhavanti bhutani parjanyat anna sambhavaha yajñat bhavati parjanya yajña karma samudbhavaha.
All beings are sustained by food. Food is produced from rain. Rain comes from sacrifice, and sacrifice is achieved through action.
Karma brahmodbhavam vitti brahmakshara samudbhavam tasmat sarvagatam brahma nityam yajñe pratishtitam.
This ritual action comes from the Vedas, and the Vedas come from the Supreme Lord. Therefore, that all-pervading divinity is ever established in acts of sacrifice.
Evam pravartitam chakram nanuvartayati hayaha agayorindriya ramo mogam parthasa jivati.
O Arjuna, one who does not follow this cycle which has been set in motion lives in error. Reveling in the senses, he lives in vain.
Yastvatmaratireva syat atmatriptascha manavaha atmanyeva cha santushtas tasya karam na vidyate.
But the person who delights in the self, who is satisfied with the self, who rejoices in the self, for him there is nothing left to achieve.
Neva tasya krute narto na krute neha kaschana na chasya sarva bhuteshu kaschit artha vyapashrayaha.
For such a person, there is nothing to gain from renouncing or performing action, nor is he dependent on any other being.
Tasmata sakta satatam karyam karma samachara asakto yacharam karma paramapnoti purushaha.
Therefore, always perform that work which ought to be done without attachment. For one who acts without attachment attains the Supreme.
Karmaneva hi samsittim astita janakadhayaha lokasangrahamevapi sampashyan kartum harhasi.
Verily, by Karma-Yoga alone did Janaka and others reach perfection. Indeed, you should act bearing in mind the welfare of the world.
Yatyada charati shreshtas tatat evitaro janaha sayat pramanam kurute lokas tattanuvartate.
Whatever an eminent person does, other people also do. Whatever standard that one sets, the world follows.
Name parthasti kartavyam trishu lokeshu kinchana nanavaptam avaptavyam vartayevacha karmani.
For me, O Arjuna, there is nothing in all the three worlds which needs to be done, nor is there anything for me to gain. But despite this, I continually engage in action.
Yadi yaham na varteyam chatu karmanyatandritaha mama vatmanu vartante manushya parta sarvashaha.
For if I did not continuously engage myself in action, the world would follow my example.
Utside yurime loka nakuryam karma chetaham sankarasya chakartasyam upahanyami ma prajaha.
If I did not perform action, these worlds would perish. I would be the author of confusion and the cause of destruction for living beings.
Sakta karmanya vidvamso yata kurvanti bharata kuryat vidvamstata saktas chikir shur loka sangraham.
Arjuna, just as the ignorant act with attachment to their work, so should the wise act without any attachment, thinking only for the welfare of the world.
Nabhuti bheram janayet ajnanam karma sanginam joshayet sarva karmani vidvam yukta samacharan.
The wise should not disturb the minds of the ignorant who are attached to work. Instead, by performing work with devotion, one should inspire others to do likewise.
Prakrite kriyamanani gune karmani sarvashaha ahankara vimuttatma kartaham iti manyate.
All actions are being performed in every way by the gunas within material nature. One whose mind is deluded by the sense of individuality thinks, I am the doer.
Tattvavitto mahabaho Gunakarma-Vibhaga-Yoga Gunaguneshu vartanta iti matva na satyate.
But he who knows the truth, O mighty armed one, sees the difference between the gunas and action. He recognizes how they act on one another, and through this awareness, he remains unattached.
Prakriter guna sambhuta sajante gunagarmasu tana kritsna vido mandan kritsna vinna vichalayet.
Those who are deluded by the gunas within material nature are attached to the actions produced by them. However, one of perfect knowledge should not unsettle the ignorant who do not see the whole truth.
Mayi sarvani karmani sannyasya-dhyatma chetasa nirashir nirmamo bhutva yutyasva vigatachvaraha.
Dedicating all your actions to me, with a mind centered in the self, free from desire and selfishness, with your emotions held in balance, you should engage in battle.
Yeme matam idam nityam anuttishtanti manavaha shraddhavanto nasuyanto muchyante tepi karmabhihi.
Those people who have faith, who are free from envy and always practice this teaching of mine, will be released from karma.
Yetvetatapyasuyanto nanutishtanti me matam sarvajnana vimudhamstan vitti nashtana chetasaha.
But those who disregard my teaching and those who do not practice it, know them to be seriously deluded, devoid of reasoning and therefore lost.
Satrasham cheshtate svasya prakritir jnanavannapi prakritim yanti bhutani nigraha kim karishyati.
Everyone follows their nature, even an enlightened person. So what will repressing it do?
Indriyasyendriyasyarte ragatvesho vyavastito tayorna vashamagachet tau yasya paripantino.
Desire and aversion arise when the senses rest in the objects they perceive. One should not allow oneself to come under their sway, as they are obstacles on the spiritual path.
Shriyan swadharmo viguna paradharmat swanushtitat swadharme nidanam shreya paradharmo bhayavaha.
It is better to carry out one's own duty incorrectly than it is to carry out the duty of another perfectly. Death is better in one's own duty, for the duty of another is filled with danger.
Arjuna-vacha atakena prayuktoyam papam charati purushaha anichannapi vashneya baladiva niyojitaha.
Arjuna says, "But what is it, Krishna, that causes one to stray even against one's own will, as if compelled by some force?"
Shri Bhagavanuvacha Kama yesha krodha yesha Rajo gunasamudbhavaha Mahashano mahapapma Vidyenam ihavairinam.
Lord Krishna says, "It is the desire born of the guna of rajas and the resulting anger. That is the all-devouring sinful enemy of the world."
Domena vriyate vanir Yata dharsho malena cha Yatolbinavrto gharbas Tata denedamavratam.
Just as a fire is enveloped by smoke, a mirror is covered by dust, and an embryo by the amnion, so is this world enveloped by desire.
Avratam jnanametena Jnanino nityaveirina Kamarupena kaunteya Dushpure nanalena cha.
O Arjuna, knowledge is veiled by desire, and desire is therefore the great enemy of the wise. Desire burns like an insatiable fire.
Indriyani manu bhuttir asya tishtana muchyate Heter vimohayat yesha jnanam avritya dehinam.
The senses, the mind, and the intellect are said to be desire's abode. Through these, desire deludes the embodied self by concealing its wisdom.
Tasmat tvam indriyan yaddo niyamya bharatarshava papmanam prajahi yenam jnana-vijnana-nashanam.
Therefore, O Arjuna, you should control the senses first, and slay this source of sin that destroys both knowledge and discrimination.
Indriyani paran yahur Indriyebhya param manaha Manasastu para bhuttir Yo buddhe paratastu saha.
The senses are superior to matter, the mind is superior to the senses, the intellect is higher than the mind, and the self is even greater than the intellect.
Evam buddhe param bhutva samstabhyatmanamatmana Jahi shatrum mahabaho Kamarupam durasadam.
O Arjuna, knowing that which is greater than the intellect and steadying yourself by your spiritual strength, slay this enemy in the form of desire, which is difficult to overcome. Chapter 4, Jnana-Vibhaga-Yoga, the Path of Knowledge.
Shri Bhagavanuvacha Imam vivasvate yogam Proktavanaham avyayam Vivasvan manavipraha Manurikshvaka vipravit.
Lord Krishna says, "I taught this imperishable yoga to Vivasvan. Vivasvan taught it to Manu. Manu declared it to Ishvaku.
Evam parampara praptam imam rajarshayo viduhu sakale neha mahata yogo nashtaparantapa."
Handed down through disciplic succession, the royal sages received this knowledge. But due to the passage of time, Arjuna, this yoga was lost to the world.
Sayevayam maya tetya yoga prokta puratanaha bhaktosya me saka cheti rahasyam yetatuttamam.
It is the same ancient yoga which I now teach to you, as you are my devotee and my friend. It is indeed the highest mystery.
Arjuna-vacha aparam bhavato janma param janma vivasvataha katam etat vijaniyam tam madhav proktavaniti.
Arjuna says, "Your birth was recent, and the birth of Vivasvan was long ago. How was it possible that you taught this in the beginning?"
Shri Bhagavanuvacha bahuni me vyatitani janmani tava charjuna Tanyaham Veda Sarvani Natvam Veda Parantapa.
Lord Krishna says, "Many births of mine have passed, O Arjuna, and so it is with you also. I know them all, but you do not know them."
Ajopi Sannavyayatma Bhutanam Ishvaropi San Prakritim Swamadisthaya Sambhavam Yatma Mayaya.
Though I am unborn and unchanging, and although I am the Lord of all beings, by using my own nature, Prakriti, I enter this world by my own free will.
Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata abhyuttanam adharmasya tatatmanam srajamyaham.
Arjuna, whenever there is a decline in dharma, righteousness, and an increase of adharma, unrighteousness, it is then that I manifest myself.
Paritranaya sadhunam vinashaya chatushkratam dharma samstapanarthaya sambhavami yuge yuge.
For the protection of the good, for the destruction of the wicked, and to establish dharma, I incarnate myself from age to age.
Janma karma cha me divyam evam yo vitti tatvatah tyaktva deham punarjanma neti mameti sarjuna.
Whosoever knows the truth of my divine birth and deeds, O Arjuna, is not reborn again. After leaving the body they come to me.
Vitaraga payakroda manmaya mamupashrita bahavo jnana tapasa bhuta madbhavamagata.
Freed from desire, fear, and anger, absorbed in me, taking refuge in me, and having been purified by the austerity of knowledge, many have attained their eternal relationship with me.
Ye yata mam prapatyante thamstathaiva pajamyaham mama vartmanu vartante manushya parta sarvashaha.
In whatever way one surrenders to me, in the same way I approach them. Everybody follows my path in all respects, O Arjuna.
Kangshata karmanam siddhim yajanta iha devatah kshipram hi manushe loke siddhir bhavati karmaja.
Those who desire the fruits of their action perform sacrifices to the gods, for in this human world, results are quickly attained by such religious rituals.
Chaturvanyam maya srishtam Gunakarma-Vibhagashaha tasya kartaram apimam vitya kartaram avyayam.
I created the four Varnas, based on their work and gunas. Despite creating this system, I am still unchanging and free from action.
Namam karmani limpanti name karma palispraha iti mam yopi janati karma birna sabhatyate.
Actions do not taint me, nor do I have a desire for the fruits of actions. One who understands this about me is not bound by karma.
Hivam nyatva kridam karma purve rapi mumukshubhihi kuru karmaiva tasmatvam purver purvataram kritam.
Having known this, the ancient seekers of liberation also performed action. Similarly, you should also engage in your duty, just as people in the past have done.
Kim karma kim akarmeti kavayophyatra mohita tate karma pravakshyami yajñatva mokshase shubhat.
What is action? What is inaction? Even the wise are confused about this. I shall now explain to you what action is. Knowing this, you will be freed from suffering.
Karmano yapi bhuttavyam bhotavyam cha vikarmanaha akarmanascha bhotavyam kahana karmano gatihi.
For verily one must understand what is action, karma, what is forbidden action, vikarma, as well as what is inaction, akarma. Action is indeed hard to understand.
Karmanya karma yat pashyet अकर्मणि च कर्म यः स बुद्धिमान् मनुष्येषु स युक्तः कृत्स्नकर्मकृत्.
He who sees inaction in action and also action in inaction is wise among people. He is fit for liberation and performs all his designated duties.
यस्य सर्वे समारम्भाः कामसङ्कल्पवर्जिताः ज्ञानाग्निदग्धकर्माणां तमाहुः पंडितं बुधाः.
He whose every action is free from personal gain has his sins burnt up by the fire of knowledge. He is described by the wise as a sage.
त्यक्त्वा कर्मफलासङ्गं नित्यतृप्तो निराश्रयः कर्मण्यभिप्रवृत्तोऽपि नैव किञ्चित् करोति सः.
A person who has renounced attachment to the fruits of action is dependent on no one and is ever content in the self. He does not act despite being engaged in activity.
निराशीरयत चित्तात्मा त्यक्त सर्वपरिग्रहः शरीरं केवलं कर्म कुर्वन्नाप्नोति किल्बिषम्.
Free from expectation, with a controlled mind, having no sense of ownership, and acting only to maintain the body, one does not incur sin.
यत्र चालापसन्तुष्टो तन्त्वात्थितो विमत्सरः समसिद्धावसिद्धौ च कृत्वापि न निबध्यते.
When one is content with what comes without effort, one has transcended the pairs of opposites, is free from envy, and is balanced in success and failure. Despite acting, one is not bound.
गतसङ्गस्य मुक्तस्य ज्ञानावस्थितचेतसः यज्ञायाचरतः कर्म समग्रं प्रविलीयते.
For the liberated person who is free from attachments, whose mind is established in wisdom, and acts only for sacrifice, karma is entirely dissolved.
प्रमापनं ब्रह्माहवेर् प्रमाक्नो ब्रह्मणाहुतं प्रमेव तेन गन्तव्यं ब्रह्मकर्म समाधिना.
For those absorbed in God, Brahman is the instrument. Brahman is the oblation. Brahman is the one who offers into the fire, which is also Brahman. Brahman alone is to be reached by one who meditates upon him in one's actions.
देवमेवापरे यज्ञां योगिना पर्युपासते प्रमाक्नावपरे यज्ञां यज्ञे नैवोपजुह्वति.
Some yogis resort only to sacrificing to the demigods, but others sacrifice into the fire of Brahman and perform sacrifice for its own sake.
श्रोत्रादीनिन्द्रियाण्यन्ये संयमाग्निषु जुह्वति शब्दादीन् विषयानन्य इन्द्रियाग्निषु जुह्वति.
Some offer hearing and the other senses into the fires of restraint. Others offer sound and their other objects of the senses into the fires of the senses themselves.
सर्वानीन्द्रियकर्माणि प्राणकर्माणि चापरे आत्मसंयमयोगाग्नौ जुह्वति ज्ञानदीपिते.
Others offer the actions of the senses and the life breath, prana, into the fire of yoga, which is based on self-control and illumined by true knowledge.
द्रव्ययज्ञास्तपोयज्ञा योगयज्ञास्तथा परे स्वाध्यायज्ञानयज्ञश्च यतयः संशितव्रताः.
Observing strict vows, some sages offer material objects as sacrifice. Some make offerings through austerity and yoga, while others offer their scriptural study and knowledge as sacrifice.
अपाने जुह्वति प्राणं प्राणे पानं तथा परे प्राणापानगतिरुत्वा प्राणायामपरायणाः.
Still there are others who offer their exhalation into the inhalation and the inhalation into the exhalation. In this way, they achieve the state where all breathing stops.
अपरे नियताहार प्राणान् प्राणेषु जुह्वति सर्वेऽप्येते यज्ञविदो यज्ञाक्षपितकल्मषाः.
Others who restrict their eating offer the practice of breath control. pranayama. All these yogis know the meaning of sacrifice, and through their sacrifices become free of sinful reactions.
Yajñāshishtamrita-bhujo yanti brahma sanatanam nayam lokosthya nyasya kuto nyakuru sattama.
The remnants of sacrifice is the nectar of immortality. By taking it, one attains that eternal abode of the Lord. Understand, Arjuna, that one cannot live happily in this world without sacrifice, and what can be said of the next?
Evam bahuvida yajña vitata brahmano mukhe karmajan vittitan sarvan evam nyatva vimokshase.
In this way, many forms of sacrifice have been laid down in the Vedas. All of them are based on action. Once you understand this, you shall be liberated.
Shreyan dravyamayat yajña jnana yajña parantapa sarvam karma kilam parta jnani parisamapyate.
The sacrifice of wisdom is superior to the ritual material sacrifice. O Arjuna, all action has its end in wisdom.
Tatviti pranipatena pariprashnena sevaya upadekshanti te jnanam jnaninas-tattva-darshinaha.
One should approach a spiritual master with submission, extensive inquiry, and service. Such realized souls can instruct you, for they have seen the truth.
Yajñātvā na punarmoham eva yasyasi pandava yena bhutanya sheshena drakshyasya atmanyato mayi.
Once you receive this knowledge, Arjuna, you will never again be deluded. Through that knowledge you will see all beings without exception, as the self and then as part of me.
Apichetasi papebhya sarvebhya papakrittamaha sarvam jnana-plavenaiva vrijinam santarishyasi.
Even if you are the most sinful of all sinners, you can cross over this miserable condition by the boat of knowledge.
Yateidamsi samittoknir pasmasat kurute Arjuna jnanakni sarva karmani pasmasat kurute tata.
Arjuna, just as blazing fire turns wood to ashes, so does the fire of knowledge turn all karma to ashes.
Nahi jnanena sadrisham pavitram miha vidyate tatsvayam yoga samsiddhi kalen atmani vindati.
In this world, nothing purifies one more than knowledge. Those who have perfected the practice of Karma-Yoga will have this knowledge revealed to them.
Shraddha-vallabhate jnanam tatpara samyatendriyaha jnanam laptva param shantim achirena digacchati.
One who has faith will gain this knowledge, if they are dedicated and have controlled the senses. Having attained it, one quickly realizes supreme peace.
Agnascha shratanascha cha samshayatma vinashyati nayam lokosti na paru nasukam samshayatmanaha.
But for the ignorant, the faithless, and the skeptical, there is only destruction. The doubting person does not belong to this world or the next, and will never find happiness.
Yoga samnyasta karmanam jnana samchina samshayam atmavantam na karmani nibatnanti dhananjaya.
O Arjuna, when one is established in Karma-Yoga, with doubts dispelled by knowledge, having a steady mind, such a person is not bound by action.
Tasmadak jnana sambhutam hridstam jnanasinatmanaha chitvainam samshayam yogam atistotishta bharata.
Therefore, with the sword of knowledge, cut this doubt present in your heart which has arisen from ignorance. Protected by this yoga, arise and fight, O Arjuna. Chapter 5, Karma-Sannyasa-Yoga, True Renunciation.
Arjuna uvacha sannyasam karmanam Krishna punar yogam cha shamsase yachreyayetayorekam tanmi bruhi sunishchitam.
Arjuna says, Krishna, you recommend the renunciation of action and at the same time instruct me on Karma-Yoga. Tell me conclusively which is better of the two.
Shri Bhagavanuvacha Sannyasa-Karma-Yogascha Nishreyasakara Ubhau Tayostu Karma-Sannyasat Karma-Yogo Vishishyate.
Lord Krishna says, renunciation of action and Karma-Yoga both lead to the highest state. But of the two, Karma-Yoga is superior to the renunciation of action.
Nyeyasya nitya sannyasi yo na tveshti na kankshati nirdvandvo hi mahabahu sukham bandhat pramuchyate.
One who neither resents nor desires anything is a true renunciate. Whoever is free from the pairs of opposites is easily liberated from bondage, O Arjuna.
Sankhya-Yoga pradakpala pravadanti na panditaha ekamapyastita samyak upayorvindate phalam.
Only the inexperienced speak of Jnana-Yoga and Karma-Yoga as separate. One who is firmly established in either path attains the fruit of both.
Yas sankhye prapyate sthanam tat yogerapi gamyate ekam sankyam cha yogam cha yah pashyati sa pashyati.
That state, which is attained by the Jnana-Yogi, is also attained by the Karma-Yogi. The one who sees that both are really one is truly wise.
Sannyasastu mahabaho duhkam apnum mayogataha yoga yukto manir brahma nachirena adhigachyati.
But renunciation is hard to achieve without Karma-Yoga. The sage who follows this yoga quickly attains realization.
Yoga yukto vishuddhatma vijitatma jitendriyaha sarva bhutatma bhutatma kurvannapi na lipyate.
One who is devoted to the path of action, who is pure of mind, who is self-controlled, who has conquered the senses, sees the Supreme Self in all beings. Even while acting, one remains untainted.
Naiva kinchit karomiti yukto manyeta tatvavit pashyan shrinvan sprashan jikra nashnan gachan sapanchvasan.
Despite seeing, hearing, touching, smelling, eating, moving, sleeping and breathing, the one who is engaged in yoga practice and sees the truth declares within himself, I do nothing.
Pralapan visarjan granan unmishan nimishan napi indriyan indriyarteshu vartanta iti darayan.
Even while speaking, releasing, grasping, opening and closing the eyes, he is always aware it is just the senses operating among sense objects.
Brahmanyadaya karmani sangam tyaktva karotiyaha lipyate na sapapena patmapatram mivambasa.
One who acts without attachment, surrendering one's actions to the Lord, is not tainted by sinful actions, just as a lotus leaf is unaffected by water.
Kayena manasa bhutya kevalerindriyerapi yogina karma kurvandi sangam tyaktvatma shuddhaye.
Renouncing all attachment to action and using the body, the mind, the intellect and the senses, the yogis act only to purify themselves.
Yukta karma palam tyaktva shantim apnoti nishtikim ayukta kamakarena pale sakto nibatyate.
Giving up the fruits of action, the yogi attains everlasting peace. But the one who is attached to the results of action, impelled by desire, is subject to bondage.
Sarva karmani manasa sannyasaste sukham vashi navatvare pure dehi neva kurvan nakarayan.
Mentally renouncing all actions and being in full control, the embodied self lives happily in the city of 9 gates, the body, neither acting nor causing the body to act.
Nakartrutvam nakarmani lokasya srjati prabhuhu na karma pala samyogam sabhavastu pravartate.
The master of the body, the self, does not initiate activities, nor does it induce people to act, nor does it create the fruits of action. It is a person's inherent nature that does all this.
Nadatte kasyachit papam na chaiva sukritam vibhuhu ajñānena vritam jnanam tena muhyanti jantavaha.
The all-pervading Lord does not take on the sin or merit of any person. Knowledge is covered by ignorance, and so beings are deluded.
Jnānena tu tadajñānam yesham nāshitamatmanaha teshamādityavat jnānam prakāshayati tatparam.
But for some, the ignorance covering the self is destroyed by knowledge. This knowledge acts like the sun and reveals a higher reality.
Tat bhutayastadātmanas tannishtas tatparāyanāha kajantya punaravrittim jnana nirduta kalmashaha.
When one strives for the supreme goal with their mind, faith, and intelligence fully absorbed in it, the knowledge gained frees them from contamination. They go to the place from which there is no return.
Vidya vinaya sampanne brahmane gavihastini shuni chaiva shvapakecha pandita samadarshinaha.
The sages perceive with equal vision a good and learned brahmana, a cow, an elephant, a dog, and a dog-eater.
Yahaiva terjita sargo yesham samyestitam manaha nirdosham hissamam brahma tasmat brahmani testitaha.
Those who have reached this equanimity have risen beyond the conditions of the material world. The self is pure and unchanging, and because such persons are situated in the self, they are the same.
Na prarishyet priyam prapya notvijet prapya cha priyam stira bhutira samhuto brahmavit brahmanistitaha.
One who neither rejoices at gaining what is pleasant, nor grieves at receiving what is unpleasant, whose mind is fixed and undiluted, he has knowledge of the self, and he dwells in the self.
Bhyaspārsheshvasaktātmā vindatyatmani yat sukam sa Brahma-Yoga yuktātmā sukam akshayam-ashnute.
When the mind is detached from external sensations, one finds happiness in the self. And when through yoga the mind is on the Lord, one enjoys endless bliss.
Ye hi samsparshaja bhoga duhka yonaya evate adhyantavanta kaunteya natesho ramate bhutaha.
The pleasures that arise from contact with the external world are a source of suffering. They have a beginning and an end, O Arjuna, and so the wise do not rejoice in them.
Shaknoti haiva yasodum praksharira vimokshanaat kamakrododbhavam vegam sayukta sasuki naraha.
A person who can resist the impulses arising from desire and anger whilst still in the body is a true yogi and a joyful person.
Yonta sukkontaramas tadantar jyotirevayaha sayogi brahma nirvanam brahma bhuto digachyati.
One who is joyful within, whose pleasure is within, and is illumined within, is a true yogi. He is liberated within the Supreme, and he attains the Supreme.
Labhante brahma nirvanam rishayakshina kalmashaha chinnadvaita yatatmana sarvabhuta hite rataha.
The sages who are free from the pairs of opposites, who are self-controlled and are devoted to the welfare of all beings, become cleansed of all impurities and attain the bliss of the Supreme.
Kama-krodha viyuktānām yatīnām yatachetasām apito brahma-nirvānam vartate viditātmanām.
To those who are free from desire and anger, whose minds are controlled, and who have attained self-mastery, liberation is close at hand.
Sparshan krutva bahir bhakhyamsh chakchush chaivantare bruvoh Pranapano samo krutva nasabhyantaracharino Yatendriya buddhir munir moksha-parayanaha Vigatek chappayakrodo yassata muktaye vasaha.
Shutting out all external contacts, focusing the gaze between the eyebrows, suspending the inward and outward breaths within the nostrils, and having controlled the senses, mind, and intellect, the sage who desires liberation gives up desire, fear, and anger, and attains it.
Bhoktaram yajñatapasam sarvalokamaheeshwaram surradam sarvabhutanam Nyatva mam shanti mritjati.
And knowing me as the supreme enjoyer of all sacrifices and austerities, as the Lord of all the worlds, and the friend of every being, one attains peace. Chapter 6, Dhyana-Yoga. Krishna describes meditation.
Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Anashrita karma palam karyam karma karoti yaha Sasannyasi cha yogi cha nanni na chakriyaha.
Lord Krishna says, one who performs their prescribed work without expecting the fruits of their action is a true renunciate and a yogi, not one who does not light the sacrificial fire and avoids their duty.
Yam sannyasam iti prahur yogam tam viti pandava Nayasamyasta sankalpo yogi bhavati kaschana.
O Arjuna, understand that renunciation is the same as yoga, for no one becomes a true karma yogi without giving up the desire for pleasure.
Arurukshur munir yogam karma karana muchyate yogaruttasya tasyeva shama karana muchyate.
For the sage who is still seeking to make progress in yoga, action is said to be the way. When one has become advanced in yoga, renunciation is the way.
Yada hinendriyarteshu na karma svanushatyate sarva sankalpa sannyasi yogarutastadujyate.
When one loses all attachment for sense objects and to performing action, and when he has abandoned all desires, then he is considered to have reached the heights of yoga.
Uttaret atmanatmanam natmanam avasadhayet atmeva yatmano bandhur atmeva ripuratmanaha.
One should raise oneself by one's own mind and not allow oneself to fall, for a controlled mind is one's friend, but an uncontrolled mind is one's enemy.
Bandhuratmatmanastasya yenatmevatmana jitaha anatmanastu shatrutve vartet atmeva shatruvat.
The mind is a friend to one who has mastered it, but for one whose mind is uncontrolled, it becomes the worst of enemies.
Chidatmana prashantasya paramatma samahitaha shitoshna sukha dukkeshu tata manapamanayoh.
If one gains self-control and tranquility, then the Supreme Self is realized. He is perfectly balanced in heat and cold, pleasure and pain, honor and dishonor.
Jnana-Vijnana-Triptatma kutasto vijitendriyaha yukta ityuchyate yogi samaloštashma kanchanaha.
The yogi who is fully content with knowledge and realization of the Self, who dwells in a transcendent state, whose senses are controlled, will see earth, stone, and gold the same.
Surin mitraryudasina madhyastat vishya bandhushu sadushvapita papeshu samabhutir vishishyate.
One who regards well-wishers, friends, and enemy, one who is indifferent, a mediator, the hateful, relatives, and even the righteous and the unrighteous as the same, is truly advanced.
Yogi yunjita satatam atmanam rahasistitaha ekaki yata chittatma nirashir aparigraha.
Remaining alone in a solitary place, controlling his mind and body, free from any desire and sense of ownership, the yogi should constantly engage the mind in meditational absorption.
Shuchau deshe pratishtapya stiram asanamatmanaha natyukchritam nati nicham chela jinakushottaram.
In a clean place, he should make a firm seat, which is neither too high nor too low, covering it with cloth, deerskin, and kusha grass.
Tatre kakramana krutva yata chittindriya kriyaha upavishyasane yunjat yogamatma vishuddhaye.
Sitting on that seat, focusing the mind in concentration, with thoughts and senses restrained, one should practice yoga for self-purification.
Samam kaya shiro grivam tarayennachalam stiraha samprekshya nasikagram svam tishaschanavalokayan.
He should hold the body, head, and neck erect, in a motionless and steady posture, focusing one's gaze on the tip of the nose without looking around.
Prashantatma vigatabir brahmachari vrate stitaha manasamyamya matchitto yukta asita matparaha.
Being serene and fearless, firm in the vow of celibacy, and holding the mind in check, he should fix his thoughts on me. Sitting in meditation, he should hold me to be the goal of life.
Yunjannevam satatmanam yogi niyatamanasah shantim nirvana paramam matsamstamadhigacchati.
Applying themselves constantly in this way, the yogi with a controlled mind attains peace, which culminates in liberation, thereby abiding with me forever.
Nadyashnatastu yogosti nachekantam manashnataha nachati swapnashilasya jagrato naiva charjuna.
Arjuna, yoga is not for one who overeats, nor for one who fasts excessively, nor is it for one who sleeps too much, nor for one who stays awake for lengthy periods.
Yuktahara viharasya yukta cheshtasya karmasu yukta swapnavabodhasya yogo bhavati duhkaha.
Yoga becomes the destroyer of sorrow for one who is moderate in eating, recreation, the performance of action, sleep, and wakefulness.
Yada viniyatam chittam atmam yeva vatishtate nispriha sarva kamebhyo yukta ityuchyate sada.
When the subdued mind rests in the self alone, free from all material desire, one is said to be well established in yoga.
Yata dipo nivathaste nengate sopamasprita yogino yata chittasya yunjato yogamatmanaha.
The controlled mind of a yogi who meditates on the self is compared to a lamp which does not flicker in a windless place.
Yatro paramate chittam niruttam yoga sevaya yatra chevatmanatmanam pashyannatmani tushyati sukamat yantikam yattat buddhigrayam matindriyam vitti yatra na chevayam stitaschalati tattvataha.
When the mind, restrained by the practice of yoga, perceives the self, one discovers its bliss. When one experiences that intense joy which is known to the intellect, but unknowable to the senses, one remains fixed in this state, never wavering from it.
Yam latva chaparam labam manyate nadikam tataha yasmim stito na dukkena gurunapi vichalyate.
When one has attained to this state, one realizes there is nothing higher. As a result, one cannot be moved from this position, even by terrible suffering.
Tam vidyat dukkha samyoga viyogam yoga samnitam sanischayena yuktavyo yogo nirvinachetasa.
You should understand that this deliverance from suffering is the very purpose of yoga. Therefore, yoga must be practiced with determination and with a mind free from despondency.
Sankalpa prabhavan kamams tyaktva sarvan nasheshataha manasevindriya kramam viniyamya samantataha.
It should be done while renouncing all desire for material things and restraining the senses through the mind alone.
Shane shanero paramit bhutya tritigrahitaya atma samstam manakritva nakinchitapi chintayet.
With the firm resolution of the intellect, step by step, one should become centered within. Having focused the mind upon the self, one should think of nothing else.
Yato yato nischarati manaschanchalamasstiram tatastato niyam yetat atmanyeva vasham nayet.
Wherever the fickle and unsteady mind wanders, one should bring it back under control, keeping it fixed on the self alone.
Prashanta manasam yenam yoginam sukhamuttamam upeti shanta rajasam brahma bhutamakalmasham.
When the yogi has his passions subdued and is focused on the Lord without worldly contamination, when his mind is still, he experiences the highest happiness.
Yunjanevam sadatmanam yogi vigata kalmashaha sukena brahma samsparsham atyantam sukhamashnute.
Thus, freed from mental impurities and constantly engaged in the practice of yoga, the yogi easily attains the supreme bliss of knowing the Lord.
Sarvabhutastamatmanam sarvabhutani chatmani ikshate yoga yuktatma sarvatra samadarshanaha.
Through this yoga, one gains that equal vision. One sees the Lord in all beings, and all beings within the Lord.
Yo mam pashyati sarvatra sarvam cha mahi pashyati tasyaham na pranashyami sacha me na pranashyati.
For one who sees me everywhere, and everything in me, I am not separated from him, and he is never separated from me.
Sarvabhutastitam yo mam bhajat yekattvamastitaha sarvata vartamanopi sayogi mahi vartate.
However a person lives, if he realizes this unity and worships me as the one dwelling in all beings, he rests in me as a true yogi.
Atmaupam yena sarvatra samam pashyati yorjuna sukham va yadi va dukkham sayogi paramo mataha.
O Arjuna, one who sees the pleasure and pain of all others as one's own is the highest yogi.
Arjuna uvacha yoyam yogastvaya prokta samyena madhusudana etasyaham na pashyami chanchalatvat stitim stiram.
Arjuna says, O Krishna, due to the mind being so unsteady, this yoga which has been taught by you appears impractical and unstable.
Chanchalam mimana Krishna pramati balavatratam tasyaham nigraham manye vayoriva sudushkaram.
The mind is fickle, turbulent, powerful, and stubborn. It is more difficult to control than the wind.
Shri Bhagavanuvacha asamshaya mahabaho manu dhurnigraham chalam abhyasena tu kaunteya vairagyena cha gruhyate.
Lord Krishna says, the mind is undoubtedly chaotic and hard to subdue, O Arjuna, but by repeated practice and renunciation, it can be brought under control.
Asamyatatmana yogo dushprapa iti me matihi vashyatmana tu yatata shakyo bhaptum muparyataha.
In my opinion, it is hard for a person with an unrestrained mind to take up this path. However, it can be done through proper means by one who strives for it with a subdued mind.
Arjuna uvacha ayati shraddhayopeto yogakchalita-manasaha aprapya yoga samsiddhim kamgatim Krishna gacchati.
Arjuna says, O Krishna, what becomes of that person who has conviction, but due to the wanderings of the mind and lack of diligent effort, fails to attain perfection on this path?
Kachinno bhaya viprashtash chinna brahmiva nashyati apratishto mahabaho vimudo brahmanapati.
Having no success in both the material world and the path to God, is he not like a broken cloud, lost and without any position?
Etanme samshayam Krishna chetumarhasya sheshatah tvatanya samshayasyasya cheta na yupapatyate.
O Krishna, please remove this doubt of mine completely, for there is no one else who can dispel it.
Shri Bhagavanuvacha Partanaiveha Vinashastasya vidyate Nahi kalyana krit kaschit Durgatim tata gacchati.
Lord Krishna says, "Neither in this world nor in the next, O Arjuna, is he ever lost. For verily, no one who does good ever comes to grief."
Prapya punyakritam lokan Ushitva shashvati samaha Shuchinam shimatam gehe Yoga prashtopi chayate.
Having attained to the realms of the righteous and dwelt there for many long years, one who has fallen from yoga is born again in the house of the pure and prosperous.
Hatava yoginam eva kule bhavati dhimatam hitatti durlabhataram loke janma yadidrisham.
Or one is born into a family of wise yogis, but such a birth in this world is very difficult to obtain.
Tatratam buddhisam yogam lappate porvadehikam yatate chatato bhuya samsito kurunandana.
Then, O Arjuna, one regains the same disposition of mind which was acquired in their previous body, and from there one strives again for success in yoga.
Purvabhyasena tenaiva hriyate yavashopi saha jignasurapi yogasya shapta brahmati vartate.
Due to the practice done previously, he is pulled to that position even against his will. Understand that one who merely inquires about yoga transcends the ritualistic principles of the scriptures.
Prayatnat yatamanastu yogi samshrutakilbishaha aneka janma samsittas tato yati param gatim.
By striving earnestly, the practicing yogis who are purified of their faults attain perfection after many births and reach that supreme goal.
Tapasvibhyo diko yogi jnanibhyo pimato dikaha karmibhyascha diko yogi tasmat yogi bhavarjuna.
The yogi is considered to be superior to those who perform austerity, superior to the intellectuals, and even superior to the ritualists. Therefore, O Arjuna, become a yogi.
Yoginamapi sarvesham matkate nantaratmana shatthavan bhajate yomam sami yuktatamo mataha.
But more than all the yogis, he who has faith and worships me is deemed by me to be the highest of all. Chapter 7, Jnana-Vijnana-Yoga, Knowledge of Krishna.
Shri Bhagavanuvacha Maya sakta manaparta yogam yunjanmadashrayah asamshayam samagram mam yata nyasyasi tachrunu.
Lord Krishna says, "Now listen, Arjuna, how one can have full knowledge of me without any doubts by dedicating his yoga practice to me and absorbing his mind on me.
Jnanam te hamsa vijnanam idam vakshyam yasheshatah yajñatva neha bhuyonya jnatavyam avashishyate."
I will explain this knowledge to you fully, along with the process of its immediate realization. Once you understand this, there is nothing else that needs to be known.
Manushyanam sahasreshu kaschit yatati siddhaye yatataamapi siddhanam kaschin mam vitti tatvatah.
Among thousands of men, perhaps one strives for perfection. Even among those who strive for perfection, only one may know me, and among those who know me, maybe one alone knows me in truth.
Bhumirapo nalo vayu kammano buddhirevacha ahankara iti yamme pinna prakritirashtada.
Earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intellect, and the ego make up the 8 parts of my material nature.
Apareyam mitastvanyam prakritim vitti me param jiva bhuta mahabahu yayedam dharyate jagat.
This is my lower nature. But Arjuna, know that my higher nature is different. It is made up of the embodied souls which sustain this universe.
Etat yonini bhutani sarva nityopadaraya aham kritsnasya jagata prabhava pralayastata.
Know that all beings originate from these 2 natures of mine. Understand, therefore, that I am the origin and the dissolution of this whole universe.
Mata parataram nanyat kinchit asti dhananjayah mayi sarvam idam protam sutre manigana iva.
There is nothing higher than me, O Arjuna. All of this rests upon me like pearls on a thread.
Rasoham apsu kaunteya prabhasmi shashisuryayo pranavas sarva vedeshu shaptake paurusham drshu.
I am the taste of water. I am the radiance of the sun and moon. I am the sacred syllable Om in the Vedas. I am the sound in ether and the valor in men.
Punyo gandha prathivyam cha tejas chasmi vibhavaso jivanam sarva bhuteshu tapas chasmi tapasvishu.
I am the fragrance of the earth. I am the heat of fire. I am the life of all living beings and the austerity of ascetics.
Bijam mam sarva bhutanam vitti partas sanatanam buddhir buddhi matamasmi tejas tejasvinamaham.
Know me, Arjuna, to be the original seed of all beings. I am the intelligence of the intelligent and the energy of the energetic.
Balam balavatam chaham kamaraga vivarjitam dharma viruddho bhuteshu kamosmi bharatarshava.
O Arjuna, I am the strength of the strong, which is without passion and desire. I am that desire in all living beings, which does not go against righteous principles.
Hichaiva sattvika bhava rajasastamasaschaye matta evetitan vitti nattamam teshrute mai.
Know that all the states of sattva, rajas, and tamas have their origin in me alone, but I am not in them. They are in me.
Tribhirgunamayer bhaver ebi sarvamidam jagat mohitam na vijanati mamebhya paramavyayam.
The entire universe is deluded by these 3 conditions originating from the gunas, and fails to recognize me, who is unchanging and beyond.
Daivi yesha gunamayi mama maya duratyaya mameva ye prapatyante maya metam tarantite.
For this divine Maya of mine, consisting of the 3 gunas, is hard to overcome. But those who take refuge in me alone cross over it easily.
Namam dushkritino muda prapatyante naradhama mayaya parta jnana asuram bhavamashrita.
But the unrighteous, the foolish, the lowest of people, those whose wisdom has been stolen away by Maya, and those who have taken the nature of demons, do not seek refuge in me.
Chaturvida bhajante mam jana sukritinorjuna artujiknyasuradharti jnani chabaratarshava.
4 types of righteous people worship me, O Arjuna: the distressed, the seekers of knowledge, those who desire wealth, and the jnani, who truly has knowledge.
Tesham jnani nitya yukta eka bhaktir vishishyate priyo hinyaninot aham sajamama priyaha.
Of these, the Jnani who is steadfast and ever devoted is the best. I am very dear to him, and he is dear to me.
Udara sarva yevaitam jnani tvatmaiva me matam astita sahi yuktatma mamevānuttamām gatim.
Those who approach me are all noble people, but I see the Jnani as my very self, for such a person is steady and exclusively devoted to me as the highest goal.
Bahunam janmanam ante jnanavan mam prapatyate Vasudeva sarvamiti samahatma sudurlabhaha.
At the end of many births, the one who has true knowledge surrenders to me, realizing that Krishna is everything. Such a person is very rare.
Kameste sterata jnana prapatyante nyadevataha tam niyamamasthaya prakritya niyatasvaya.
Enslaved by their inherent nature and deprived of insights by various desires, the worldly-minded turn to other demigods, observing various disciplines.
Yo yam tanum bhakta shraddhayarchitumichyati tasya chalam shraddham tameva vidadam yaham.
Understand that whichever manifestation of a demigod any devotee desires to worship with faith, it is I that makes that faith unshakable and firm.
Sataya shrataya yuktas tasyaradhanamihate labate chatata kaman mayeva vihitan hitan.
Endowed with that faith, one engages in the worship of a particular demigod, obtaining their desired objects, but these objects are in fact given by me alone.
Hantavatu palam tesham tatbhavat jalpamedasam devan deva yajo yanti matbhakta yanti mamapi.
But the reward gained by these people of limited understanding is temporary. The worshippers of the demigods will go to the demigods, but my devotees will come to me.
Avyaktam vyaktimapanam manyate mama buttayaha param bhavam majananto mama vyayamanuttamam.
Not knowing my higher nature as imperishable and supreme, the ignorant think of me as an impersonal being who has now become manifest.
Naham prakasha sarvasya yoga maya samavrataha mudoyam na bijananti loko mamajamavyayam.
I do not reveal myself to everybody, but I cover myself with my yoga maya. This deluded world does not recognize me as unborn and infallible.
Vedaham samatitani vartamanani charjuna bhavishyani cha bhutani mam tu veda na kaschana.
O Arjuna, I know all the beings that have come before, that are here now, and those that have yet to come, but no one knows me.
Ichcha dvesha samuttena tandva mohena bharata sarva bhutani sammoham sarge yanti parantapa.
Bewildered by the pairs of opposites, Arjuna, which arise from desire and aversion, all beings are born into delusion.
Yesham tvantagatam papam jananam punyakarmanam te tvanta mohanirmukta bhajante mam dridhavrataha.
But those who perform virtuous deeds, whose sins have ceased, are freed from the illusion of the pairs of opposites. They worship me, steadfast in their determination.
Jaramarana mokshaya mama shritya yatantiye te brahma tadvidukritsnam achyatmam karma chakilam.
Those who take refuge in me and strive for liberation from old age and death fully understand Brahman, Adhyatma, and Karma.
Sadi bhutadi daivam mam sadi yajñam cha ye viduhu prayana kale pichamam te vidur yukta chetasaha.
And those who know me in relation to the Adibhuta, Adideva, and Adiyagna, they too, with their minds fixed, can know me, even at the hour of death. Chapter 8, Akshara-Brahma-Yoga, the Eternal Abode.
Arjuna vacha kim tat brahma kim adhyatma kim karma purushottama adibhutam cha kim proktam adidevam kim uchyate.
Arjuna says, My Supreme Lord, what is that Brahman? What is the Adhyatma? What is meant by karma? What is the Adibhuta? And who is said to be the Adideva?
Adiyajna katam kotra tehismin madhusudana prayanakale chakatam nyeyosi niyatatmabihi.
Who is the Adiyagna, and how does he exist in this body, O Krishna? And how are you to be known at the time of death by the self-controlled?
Shri Bhagavanuvacha Aksharam Brahma Paramam Sabhavotyatma Muchyate Bhuta Bhavotbhavakaro Visarga Karma Samnyataha.
Lord Krishna says, Brahman is the supreme that does not change or decay. One's own inherent nature is said to be the Adhyatma, and the creative force which gives rise to material beings is known as karma.
Adibhutam ksharo bhava purushascha daivatam adiyajno hamevatra tehe teha pratamvara.
The Adibhuta is the material world which perishes. The Adidevata is the cosmic governing deity, and it is I myself who is the Adiyagna present in the body.
Antakale cha mameva smaran muktva kalevaram yaprayati samadbhavam yati nastyatra samshayaha.
And the one who leaves his body at the time of death and contemplates upon me alone, without doubt reaches me.
Yam yam vapi smaran bhavam tyajat yante kalevaram tam tam mivaiti kaunteya sada tat bhava bhavitaha.
Arjuna, whatever state one remembers when leaving the body, that state one will certainly attain after death. For a person's condition is the inevitable result of what has been dwelt upon throughout one's life.
Tasmat sarveshu kaleshu mamanusmarayutyacha mayarpitamanu bhuttir mami veshyasya samshayaha.
Therefore, ever mindful of me at all times, fight. With your mind and intellect dedicated to me, you will be free of doubt and shall surely come to me.
Abhyasa yoga yuktena chetasa nanyagamina paramam purusham divyam yati partanu chintayan.
O Arjuna, with the mind absorbed and constantly engaged in yoga, without thinking of anything else, one reaches the divine supreme being.
Kavim Purana Manushasitaram Anuraniyam Samanusmarityaha Sarvasya Dataram Achintya Rupam Adityavarnam Tamasaparastat.
One should meditate on the all-knowing Supreme Person, the one who is the oldest and supreme controller of all. His form is inconceivable, more subtle than an atom, and the maintainer of everything. He is brilliant like the sun and beyond all darkness.
Prayana kale manasachalena bhaktya yukto yoga balena chaiva Pruvur matye pranam aveshya samyak satam param purusham upaiti divyam.
At the time of death, one should dwell in a state of devotion, and with the strength of yoga, one should maintain an unwavering mind. Keeping the life force between the eyebrows in the proper way, one reaches that divine supreme being.
Yadaksharam Veda Vido Vadanti Vishanti Yat Yatayo Vitaragaha Yadinchantu Brahmacharyam Charanti tatte param sangrahena pravakshe.
I shall now explain that goal which the knowers of the Vedas call the imperishable. Those ascetics who are free from desire enter into it, and due to their aspiration for perfection, they take vows of celibacy.
Sarvatvarani samyamya manorudinarutyacha murtyadadhyatmana pranam astito yoga dharanam.
Having closed all the entrances of the body, focusing the mind within the heart, fixing the life force within the head, one should be engaged in yoga practice with steady concentration.
Aksharam-Brahma vyaharan mamanusmaran yaprayati dyajan deham sayati paramam gatim.
Chanting the sacred syllable Om, which embodies the Absolute, thinking of me constantly, one abandons the body and leaves the world, thereby reaching the supreme goal.
Ananyacheta satatam yo mam smarati nityashaha tasyaham sulabhaparta nityayuktasya yoginaha.
O Arjuna, I am easily obtainable by that steadfast practicing yogi who is constantly mindful of me, not thinking of anything else.
Mamupetya punarjanma duhkalayama shashvatam napnuvanti mahatmana samsitim paramam gatah.
Having reached the highest perfection and attaining me, the great ones never again take rebirth in this world, which is transient and full of misery.
Abrahma bhuvana loka punaravartinurjuna mamupetya tu kaunteya punarjanma na vidyate.
Rebirth is inevitable right up to the world of Brahma. But after attaining me, Arjuna, there is no rebirth.
Sahasrayuga paryantam aharyat brahmano viduhu ratrim yuga sahasrantam teho ratravido janah.
Those who know the duration of a cosmic day and night understand the day of Brahma lasts for 1,000 Mahayugas, and the night of Brahma lasts for another 1,000 Mahayugas.
Avyaktat vyaktaya sarva prabhavantya haragame ratriyagame praliyante tatre vavyakta samnyake.
At the beginning of a day of Brahma, all beings come forth from the unmanifest, and when the night comes, they are dissolved back into the unmanifested state.
Bhutagramasya evayam bhutva praliyate ratriyagame vashapartha prabhavatya haragame.
These same beings come forth again and again, and helplessly they are withdrawn at the coming of the night. When the next day begins, yet again they manifest.
Parastasmatu bhavonyo vyakto vyaktat sanatanaha yassa sarveshu bhuteshu nashyatsu na vinashyati.
There is, however, another unmanifested realm, which is superior to this unmanifest place of the material world. It is eternal and does not get destroyed when all other living beings pass away.
Avyakto kshara ityuktas tamahu paramam gatim yam prapya na nivartante tattama paramam mama.
This unmanifest realm is also called the imperishable realm. It is the highest goal from which one does not return. It is my supreme abode.
Purusha sapara parta bhaktya lapyastadanyaya yasyantastani bhutani yena sarvamidam tatam.
The Supreme Being is attained by unswerving devotion, Arjuna. He is the one in which all beings exist and by whom this whole universe is pervaded.
Yatra kale tvanavrittim avritim chaiva yoginaha prayata yanti tam kalam vakshyami paratarshava.
Arjuna, now I will describe to you the different times of leaving this world. One in which the yogi does not return, and the other in which they do.
Agnirjyotiraha shukla shanmasa utarayanam tatra prayata gachanti brahma vido janah.
The knowers of Brahman attain that supreme and leave during the influence of the fire deity, Agni, the day, the bright fortnight, or during the 6 months of the northern course of the sun.
Dhumo ratristata Krishna Shanmasa Dakshinayanam Tatra Chandramasam Jyotir Yogi Prapya Nivartate.
But the yogi who leaves during the smoke, absence of the fire deity, the night, the dark fortnight, or the 6 months of the southern course of the sun, reaches the light of the moon and then returns.
Shukla Krishne Kadiyete Jagata Shashvate Mate Ekaya Yatyanavratim Anyaya Vartate Punaha.
Therefore, understand there exist 2 eternal paths of departure, the light and the dark. By following the path of the light, one does not come back, but by following the dark, one returns.
Nete Shriti Partajanan Yogi Muhyati Kaschana Tasmat Sarveshu Kaleshu Yoga Yuktopavarjuna.
But Arjuna, the true yogi who knows these 2 paths, is never bewildered. Therefore, O Arjuna, at all times engage yourself in yoga.
Vedeshu Yagneshu Tapassu Jaiva Daneshu Yat Punya Palam Pradishtam Atyeti Tat Sarvamidam Viditva Yogi Param Sthanamupeti Chatyam.
Whatever merits are gathered from the study of the Vedas, from the performance of sacrifices, or from the practice of austerities and charity, all of it is transcended by the yogi who knows this teaching of mine. He reaches the original supreme abode. Chapter 9, Raja-Vidya-Guhya-Yoga, the secret of devotion.
Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Idam tu te guhyatamam pravakshyamya nasuyave Jnanam Vijnana Sahitam Yatnyatva Mokshase Shubhat.
Lord Krishna says, Arjuna, because you are without envy, I shall reveal to you the most secret of all knowledge, along with the process of its immediate realization, knowing which you shall be freed from the miseries of life.
Raja-Vidya-Guhya-Yoga Pavitram Idamuttamam Pratyaksha Vagamam Dharmyam Susukam Kartum Avyayam.
This is the king of wisdom, the king of mysteries, and the purest of knowledge. It grants direct experience of the truth. It is based on dharma. It is easy to practice and is unfading.
Ashrata dhana purusha dharmasyasya parantapa aprapya mam nivartante mritya samsara vatmani.
Those who have no faith in this path, O Arjuna, remain in this cycle of birth and death without ever attaining me.
Maya tatamidam sarvam jagadavyaktamurtina matstani sarva bhutani nachaham teshvavastitaha.
This entire universe is pervaded by me, in my unmanifest form. All beings are in me, but I am not in them.
Nacha matstani bhutani pashyami yogameshwaram bhutabrunnacha bhutasto mamatma bhutabhavanaha.
And yet these beings are not in me, such is my divine mystery. I am the upholder of all beings, and yet I am not in them. It is my will alone that causes their existence.
Yatakashastito nityam vayu sarvatra go mahan tata sarvani bhutani matstani tyupadaraya.
As the mighty wind moves everywhere, but always remains in space, in the same way you should understand how all beings rest in me.
Sarva bhutani kaunteya prakritim yanti mamikam kalpakshayi punastani kalpadav visrajamyaham.
All beings, Arjuna, are withdrawn into my prakriti at the end of a cycle of time, and at the beginning of a new cycle, I send them forth again.
Prakritim swamavastabhya visrajami punah punaha putagramam mimam kritsnam avasham prakritir vashat.
Using this prakriti of mine, I repeatedly send forth this multitude of beings. They are helpless, being under the control of Prakriti.
Nachamam tani karmani nibatnanti dhananjaya udasinavadasinam asaktam teshu karmasu.
But these actions do not bind me, Arjuna, for I am detached from them, remaining always indifferent.
Mayadhyakshena prakriti suyate sacharacharam hetunanena kaunteya jagat viparivattate.
It is because of me alone that this Prakriti produces all the moving and non-moving beings. It works under my direction, hence why the world exists as it does.
Avajananti mamuda manushim tamumashritam param bhavam majanando mama bhuta maheshwaram.
Fools disregard me, appearing in a human form, not knowing my divine nature as the Supreme Lord of all beings.
Mogasha moga karmanu moga jnana vichetasaha rakshasi masurim chaiva prakritim mohinim shritah.
The hopes, the actions, and the knowledge of these foolish people are in vain. Being utterly deluded, they take on the nature of asuras and rakshasas.
Mahatma mastu mam parta daivim prakritim ashritah bhajantyananya manaso jnatva bhutadim avyayam.
But the great souls, O Arjuna, share my divine nature. They adore me, with a single mind knowing me to be the unchanging source of all beings.
Satatam kirtayanto mam yatantaschatratavratah namasyantascha mam bhaktya nitya yukta upasate.
Constantly glorifying me, taking up vows and bowing down before me in devotion, they always engage in acts of worship.
Jnana yajnena chapyanye yajanto mam upasate ekatvena prataktvena bahuda vishvato mukam.
There are also others who make offerings in the sacrifice of knowledge. They worship me as the one being that has manifested in a variety of forms, with faces in different directions.
Aham kratoraham yajna sadaham mahamaushadam mantroham mahamevajyam aham agniraham hutam.
I am the ritual. I am the sacrifice. I am the offerings made to the ancestors. I am the herbs. I am the mantra. I alone am the clarified butter. I am the fire. I am the offering itself.
Pitaham asya jagato mata dhata pitamaha vedhyam pavitram omkara ruksama yajorevacha.
I am the father, mother, support, and grandfather of this universe. I am the object of knowledge. I am the purifier. I am the syllable Om, and also the Rig Veda, Samaveda, and the Yajurveda.
Gatirbhatta Prabhu Sakshi Nivasa Sharanam Surat Prabhava Pralaya Stanam Nidhanam Bijam Avyayam.
I am the goal, the supporter, the Lord, the witness, the abode, the refuge and the friend of the universe. I am creation, destruction, and the basis of everything. I am that which is preserved and the eternal seed.
Tapamyaham maham varsham nikranam yutsrajami cha amritam chaiva mrityuscha sarasachaham Arjuna.
O Arjuna, I am the one who gives heat. I send forth and hold back the rains. I am immortality as well as death. I am the manifest and the unmanifest.
Trevityamam somapa puta papa yajnerištva svargatim partayante te punyama satya surendra lokam asnanti devyan divideva bhogan.
Those who are versed in the three Vedas, being purified from sin by drinking the soma juice, pray for heaven and worship me with sacrifices. After reaching that place where the king of the demigods resides, they enjoy celestial pleasures.
Te tam bhuktva svargalokam vishalam Kshene punyamartyalokam vishanti. Evam trayi dharmamanuprabanna katagatam kama kama labhante.
Having enjoyed this vast realm of heaven, once their merit is exhausted, they return to the world of mortals. As a result, those who follow the Vedic rituals and are motivated by desire go to heaven temporarily before coming back.
Anyayas chintayanto mam ye jana paryupasate tesham nityabhiyuktanam yogakshemam bahamyaham.
But then there are those who adore me alone with undeviating concentration. For those who yearn for me in this way, I myself take charge of their prosperity and welfare.
Yepyanya devata bhakta yajante shraddhayanvitaha tepi mameva kaunteya yajanyaviti purvakam.
Understand, Arjuna, that even those who worship other demigods with faith actually worship me alone, but in an improper way.
Ahami sarva yajnanam bhokta cha prabhureva cha natu mam abhijananti tattve nathashchavantite.
For I alone am the enjoyer and the Lord of all sacrifices. But such people do not recognize me in my true nature, hence they fall from the positions they attain.
Yanti deva vrata devan pitran yanti pitr vrata bhutani yanti bhuteja yanti matya jinopimam.
Those who worship the demigods go to the demigods. Those who worship the ancestors will go to the ancestors. Those who worship the spirits will reach them, but my devotees will come to me.
Patram pushpam palam toyam yo me bhaktya prayacchati tadaham bhaktyuparatam ashnami prayatatmanaha.
Whoever offers to me with devotion a leaf, a flower, a fruit, or some water, I accept this offering made with devotion by one who is pure of heart.
Yat karoshi yadashnasi yat chohoshi dadasi yat tapasyasi kaunteya tat kurushva madarpanam.
Whatever you do, whatever you eat, whatever you offer in sacrifice, whatever you give away, whatever austerity you practice, O Arjuna, do it as an offering to me.
Shubha shubha pale revam mokshase karma bandhanai Sannyasa-Yoga yuktatma vimukto mamupeshyasi.
With a steadfast mind engaged in this yoga, you will free yourself from good and bad results, which are the bonds of karma. As a result, you will be liberated and you will come to me.
Samoham sarva bhuteshu name dvishyosti na priyaha ye bhajanti tumam bhaktya mahi te teshu chapyaham.
I am the same to all beings. There is no one hated by me, nor is there anyone I am partial to. But those who worship me with devotion live in me, and I in them.
Apichet suturacharo bhajate mammananyabhak satureva samantavya samyak vyavasito hisaha.
If even the most sinful person worships me exclusively with devotion, he must be regarded as a saint, for he has rightly resolved.
Kshipram bhavati dharmatma shashvak chantim nigacchati kaunteya pratijanihi name bhakta pranashyati.
Quickly, such a person becomes righteous and obtains everlasting peace. O Arjuna, let it be declared that my devotee never perishes.
Mami partavya pashritya yepi syopapayo nayaha striyo veshyastata shudras tepi yanti param gatim.
By surrendering to me, whatever their birth, race, sex, or caste, even those whom society scorns will attain the supreme state.
Kim punar brahmana punya bhakta raja shayastata anityam asukam lokam imam prapya bhajasvamam.
How much more, then, the brahmanas and royal sages who are pure and devoted to me? Therefore, having come into this temporary world of suffering, you should worship me.
Manmana bhava mat bhakto madhyaji mam namaskuru mame vishyasi yuktvaevam atmanam matparayanam.
Focus your mind on me, be devoted to me, offer worship to me, bow down to me. Engaging your mind in this way, holding me as the supreme goal, you will surely come to me. Chapter 10, Vibhuti-Yoga, the Glories of Krishna.
Shri Bhagavanuvacha Bhuya eva mahabaho Shunu me paramam vachaha Yatteham priyamanaya Vakshyami hitakamyaya.
Lord Krishna says, O Arjuna, because I desire your welfare and you are my dear friend, listen once more as I deliver the supreme teaching.
Name vidussura gana prabhavam na maharshayah ahamadir hidevanam maharshi nam cha sarvashah.
Neither the hosts of demigods nor the great seers know my glory. Indeed, it is me who is the sole source of the demigods and the great seers.
Yo mamajam manadim cha vetti lokamaheshwaram asamudas samartyeshu sarva pape pramuchyate.
One who knows me as unborn and without a beginning, the great Lord of the worlds, is undiluted among mortals and is liberated from all negative acts.
Buddhir jnanam sammoha kshama satyam damashamaha sukam dukkam bhavo bhavo bhayam cha bhayameva cha ahimsa samata tushtis tapodanam yasho yashaha bhavanti bhava bhutanam matta eva pradakvidah.
Intelligence, knowledge, non-delusion, forbearance, truth, restraint, self-control, pleasure and pain, exaltation and depression, fear and fearlessness, non-violence, equanimity, cheerfulness, austerity, beneficence, fame and infamy, these different qualities arise from me alone.
Maharshaya sapta purve chatvaro manavastata madbhava manasa jata yesham loka ima prajah.
The 7 great seers, the 4 sages before them, and the Manus are all my mental expansions empowered by me. All the creatures of the world are descended from them.
Etam vibhutim yogam cha mama yo vitti tatvatah so vikalpena yogena yuchyate natra samshayah.
He who knows the truth of my glory and power becomes undoubtedly fixed in the unshakable yoga of bhakti.
Aham sarvasya prabhavo matta sarvam pravartate iti matva bhajante mam bhuta bhava samanvitah.
I am the source of all. Everything emerges from me. Realizing this truth, the enlightened ones worship me with loving devotion.
Matchita matkata prana udayanta parasparam katayantascha mam nityam tushyanti charamanti cha.
With their minds focused on me and their lives centered upon me, they inspire one another. By always speaking of my glory, they derive bliss and contentment.
Tesham satata yuktanam bhajatam pritipurvakam tadami puti yogam tam yena mamupayanti te.
To those who are constantly engaged with me and who worship me with intense love, I give them the realization by which they can come to me.
Teshamivannukam partam aham ajnanajam tamaha nashayam yatma bhavasto jnana deepena bhasvata.
Out of compassion for them, from within their hearts, I lift the lamp of knowledge and dispel the darkness born of ignorance.
Arjuna-Vacha param brahma param dhama pavitram paramam bhavan purusham shashvatam divyam adidevam majam vibhum.
Arjuna says, You are the supreme Brahman, the supreme abode, and the supreme purifier. You are the eternal divine person, the original Lord, unborn and all-pervading.
Ahostvam rishayas sarve devarshirnaradastata asito devalo vyasa swayam chaiva pravishime.
All the divine sages, Narada, Asita, Devala, Vyasa, and now you yourself declare this to be the truth.
Sarvame tatrutam manye yanmam vadasi keshava nahite bhagavan vyaktim vidur devanadhanava.
O Krishna, I am convinced of all that you have said to me. Truly, O Lord, neither the demigods nor the asuras know your identity.
Svayamevatmanatmanam vetatvam Purushottama bhutabhavana bhutesha devadeva jagatpate.
O Supreme Being, O Creator of beings, O Lord of beings, O God of gods, O Ruler of the universe, only you yourself know yourself by your own potency.
Vaktum arhasya sheshena divya yatma vibhutayaha yabir vibhutibir lokan imam stvan vyapyatishtasi.
Now kindly tell me in detail your divine glories. Describe the various qualities by which you pervade this world and reside within it.
Katam vidyamaham yogims tvam sada parichintayan keshu keshu cha bhaveshu chintyosi bhagavan maya.
O Almighty Lord and Yogi, tell me how I can know you and fix my mind upon you. What are the forms of existence that can be contemplated on by me?
Vistarenatmano yogam vibhutim cha janardana bhuyak kataya triptirhi shunvato nasti memrutam.
Tell me again in detail, O Krishna, about your attributes and glories, for I am never fully satisfied when hearing your nectar-like words.
Shri Bhagavanuvacha Hantate katayishyami divya yatma vibhutayaha pradanyata kuru shreshta nastyanto vistarasya me.
Lord Krishna says, I shall gladly relate this to you, O Arjuna, but understand that there is no end to my glories, and so I shall only relate to you the most prominent of them.
Ahamatma gudakesha sarva bhutasya yastitaha ahamadischa matyam cha bhutanamanta evacha.
I am the Self, O Arjuna, dwelling in the hearts of all beings. I am also their beginning, middle, and end.
Adityanamaham Vishnur Jyotisham Raviram Shuman Parichir Marutamasmi Nakshatranamaham Shashi.
Among the Adityas, I am Vishnu. Of luminous objects, I am the radiant sun. Of the Maruts, I am Marichi. And among the stars, I am the moon.
Vedanam Samavedosmi Devanam Asmi Vasavaha Indriyanam Manaschasmi Bhutanam Asmi Chetana.
Of the Vedas, I am the Sama Veda. I am Indra among the gods. Among the senses, I am the mind. And among living beings, I am consciousness.
Rudranam Shankaraschasmi Vitesho Yaksharakshasam Vasunam Pavakaschasmi Meru Shikarinamaham.
Of the Rudras, I am Shankara. Among the Yakshas and Rakshasas, I am Kubera. Of the Vasus, I am Agni. Of the peaked mountains, I am Meru.
Purodhasam cha mukyam mam vitti parta brahaspatim senani namaham skanda sarasamasmi sagaraha.
Among the priests, O Arjuna, know me to be the chief Brihaspati. Among army generals, I am Skanda. Among reservoirs of water, I am the ocean.
Maharshinam Bragoraham Giram Asmyekam Aksharam Yajnanam Japa Yajñosmi Stavaranam Himalayaha.
Among the great sages, I am Brigu. Among words, I am the single syllable Om. Among sacrifices, I am the sacrifice of japa. Among immovable things, I am the Himalayas.
Ashvata sarva vrikshanam devar shinam cha naradaha Gandharvanam chitrarata siddhanam kapilo munihi.
Of trees, I am the Ashvata. Among celestial seers, I am Narada. Of the Gandharvas, I am Chitrarata. And among the perfected beings, I am Kapila.
Uchchaishravasam vittimam amratotpavam Heravatam gajendranam naranam chanaradipam.
Of horses, know me to be Uchchaishravas, born from the churning of the ocean of milk. Among the lords of elephants, I am Airavata, and among humankind, I am the ruler.
Ayudhanam aham vajram denunam asmika maduk Prajanaschasmi kandharpa sarpanam asmi vasukihi.
Among weapons, I am the Vajra. Among cows, I am Kamadhenu. Of the causes of procreation, I am Kandarpa. Among serpents, I am Vasuki.
Anantaschasmi naganam varuno yadasamaham Pitrunam aryamachasmi yamasam yamatamaham.
Amongst the Nagas, I am Ananta. Of those who live in the water, I am Varuna. Of the ancestors, I am Aryama. And among those who enforce the law, I am Yama.
Praladaschasmi detyanam kalakalayatamaham Mruganam cha mrugendroham Vainateyascha bhakshinam.
Among Daityas, I am Pralada. And among that which controls, I am time. Of beasts, I am the lion. And of birds, I am Garuda.
Pavanapavatamasmi Ramashastra pradamaham Chasana makaraschasmi Srotasamasmi janavi.
Of moving things, I am the wind. Among warriors, I am Rama. Among fishes, I am the shark. And amongst rivers, I am Ganga.
Sargana marirantascha Madhyam chaivaham Arjuna Adhyatma vidya vidyanam Vada pravadatamaham.
O Arjuna, in relation to beings, I am the beginning and the end, and also the middle. Amongst knowledge, I am the knowledge of the self. In the discipline of debate, I am the ultimate conclusion.
Akshara-namakarusmi Dvantva-samasikasya cha Aham-eva-kshaya-kalo Dhataham Vishvato-mukaha.
Among the letters of the alphabet, I am A. Among compound words, I am the dual compound. I am myself, everlasting time, and I am the creator, facing every direction.
Mrityu sarva haraschaham Utpavascha bhavishyatam Ketishi vakchanarinam Smutir meda drutikshama.
I am death, who destroys everyone. I am the origin of all that shall be born. Among the feminine qualities, I am fame, prosperity, eloquence, memory, intelligence, endurance, and forgiveness.
Pruhatsama tatasamnam Gayatri chandasamaham Masanam margashirshoham Rutunam kusumakaraha.
Of the Samaveda hymns, I am the Brihat Sama hymn. And among Vedic meters, I am the Gayatri. Of months, I am Margashirsha. Of the seasons, I am the season of flowers, spring.
Dyutam chalayatamasmi Tejas tejasvinamaham Jayosmi vyavasayosmi Sattvam sattvamathamaham.
Of fraudulent activities, I am gambling. I am the brilliance of the brilliant. I am victory. I am effort. I am the strength of the strong.
Vrishninam vasadevosmi Pandavanam dhananjayaha Muninam apyaham vyasa Kavinam Ushanak Kavihi.
Of the Vrishni clan, I am Vasudeva. Of the Pandavas, I am Arjuna. Among sages, I am Vyasa. And among the great thinkers, I am Shukra.
Dando Damayatam-asmi Nitirasmi Jikishatam Monam Chevasmi Guhyanam Jnanam Jnanavatamaham.
Of the means of enforcing law, I am the principle of punishment. Among conquerors, I am diplomacy. Of secrets, I am silence. And of those who are wise, I am wisdom.
Yat chapi sarvabhutanam bijam tadaham Arjuna nattadasti vina yatsyan maya bhutan characharam.
Know that I am the seed of all living beings. There is nothing moving or unmoving that can exist without me.
Nantosti mama divyanam vibhutinam parantapa eshato teshata prokto vibhutir vistaro maya.
Understand that I have only briefly described my manifestations, for there is no limit to my divine glories, O Arjuna.
Yat yat vibhutimat sattvam shrimat urjitamevacha tadadeva vagachatvam mama tejomsha sambhavam.
Know for certain that whenever something displays its splendor or power, it comes from just a part of my potency.
Hatava bahunaitena kim jnanena tavarjuna vishtabhyaham idam kritsnam ekam shenastito jagat.
But of what use to you is all this knowledge, O Arjuna? With just a fraction of myself I exist, sustaining this whole universe. Chapter 11. Vishvarupa-Darshana-Yoga, the Cosmic Form.
Shri Arjuna vacha Madanugrahaya paramam guhyamathyatma samnitam yatvayoktam vachasthena mohoyam vigato mama.
Arjuna says, out of compassion for me, you have revealed the most profound mysteries. This spiritual knowledge has completely removed my delusion.
Bhavabhyayo hi bhutanam shrito vistarasho maya tvattakamalapadraksha mahatmyam apichavyayam.
O Krishna, I have heard in great detail about the beginning and end of all beings, as well as your inexhaustible glory.
Evam metad yata tattvam atmanam parameshvara drashtumichami te rupam aishwaram Purushottama.
O Supreme Lord, I know you are everything you have described yourself to be. Now I actually long to see that glorious form of yours, O Supreme Person.
Manyase yadi tachakyam maya drashtum iti prabho yogeshvara tato me tvam darshayamanam avyayam.
O Lord, if you believe it is possible, then reveal yourself completely to me. Show me your unlimited universal self, O Lord of Yoga.
Shri Bhagavanu vacha pashyame parta rupani shatashota sahasrashaha nana vidani divyani nana varnakriti nicha.
Lord Krishna says, behold, Arjuna, there are hundreds and thousands of my divine forms, of different shapes, colors, and sizes.
Pashyadityan vasun rutran ashvinau marutastata bahunya drishtapurvani pashyascharyani bharata.
Arjuna, see the Adityas, the Vasus, the Rudras, the two Ashwin Kumaras, and the Maruts. Behold the many wondrous things which have never before been seen.
Ihekastam jagat kritsnam pashyatya sacharacharam mama dehe gudakesha yachanyat drashtamicchasi.
See, Arjuna, the whole universe with all the movable and non-movable things, and indeed whatever else you wish to see, all existing in one place within my body.
Nattumam shakyase drashtum ani naiva svachakshusha divyam dadami te chakshu pashyami yogamaishwaram.
But you will not be able to see this with your physical eyes. Therefore, I give you divine eyes. Behold my mystic power.
Sanjay Uvacha Evam Muktva Tato Rajan Mahayogeshwaro Harihi Darshayamasa Partaya Paramam Rupameshwaram.
Sanjaya says, having spoken thus, O king, Sri Krishna, the great Lord of Yoga, then revealed to Arjuna his supreme cosmic form.
Anikavaktra Nayanam Anikadbhuta-darshanam Anikadivyabaranam Divyanekotayudam.
There were innumerable mouths and eyes, and many other astonishing features. There were numerous divine ornaments, and scores of divine weapons held aloft.
Divyamalyam paradaram Divyagandhanulepanam Sarvascharya mayam devam Anantam Vishvato mukham.
He wore celestial garlands and garments, and he was anointed with divine perfumes. Facing all directions, he was full of wonders, resplendent and limitless.
Divisurya sahasrasya Pavet yugapatuttita Yadibah satrashi sasyat Pasastasya mahatmanaha.
If 1,000 suns, each with blazing effulgence, were to rise all at once in the sky, perhaps that magnificence might be something like the radiance of that Supreme Being.
Tatrekastam jagat kritsnam pravibhaktam minekada apashyat deva devasya sharire pandavastata.
In that cosmic form, Arjuna saw the entire universe with all its divisions situated in one place, all within the body of the God of Gods.
Tatassa vismaya vishto hrishtaro madananjayaha pranamya shirasa devam kritanjalirabhashata.
Then Arjuna, overcome with amazement, his hair standing on end, bowed his head to the Lord, and with palms pressed together began to speak.
Arjuna vacha Pashyami devamstava deva dehe Sarvamstata bhuta vishesha sanghan Pramanamisham kamalasanastam Rishimscha sarvanuragamscha divyan.
Arjuna says, I see, O Lord, in your body all the gods and the whole host of living beings. There is Brahma sitting on a lotus, Shiva, the sages and the celestial serpents.
Aneka bahudara vaktra netram Pashyami tvam sarvato nantarupam Nantam na madhyam na punastavadim Pashyami Vishveshvara Vishvarupa.
With your innumerable arms, torsos, mouths, and eyes, I see your infinite form on all sides. There is no end, middle, or beginning to you, for you are the Lord of the universe, and the universe is your body.
Kiritinam gadinam chakrinam cha Tejorashim sarvato diptimantam Pashyami tvam dhurniriksham samantat Diptanaraka dhyutimaprameyam.
I behold you with crown, mace, and discus. Your blazing effulgence radiates in all directions. Even though you are everywhere, you are hard to look at, for your brilliance is immeasurable, like a burning fire or the sun.
Tvamaksharam paramam veditavyam Tamasya vishvasya param nidhanam Tamavya shashvata dharma gopta Sanatanastvam purusho mato me.
You are the imperishable Supreme One to be realized. You are the supreme abode of this universe. You are unchanging. The guardian of the eternal law, I know you are the eternal Supreme Being.
Anadimadhyantam anantaviryam Anantabahum shashisurya netram Pashyami tvam deepta hutasha vaktram Satejasa vishwamidam tapantam.
I see you without beginning, middle, and end. Your creative power is infinite. You have countless arms. The sun and moon are your eyes. Your mouth is blazing with fire, searing the entire universe with your radiance.
Tyava prativyoridam hi Vyaptam tvayekena nishascha sarvaha Trishtvad bhutam rupamidam tvavogram lokatrayam pravyatitam mahatman.
The space between heaven and earth and all the directions are filled by you alone. Beholding your awesome yet terrible form, O Krishna, the three worlds are trembling.
Hamihitvam surasanga vishanti, kechit bhita pranjalayo grananti, swastit yuktva maharshi siddha sangha, stuvanti tvam stutibi pushkalabihi.
The demigods are entering into you, and some out of fear pray to you with palms joined. The different sages and perfected beings cry out, "Hail to you!" as they glorify you with Vedic hymns and words of praise.
Rudraditya vasavo yecha satya, vishveshvinau maruthas choshma pascha, Gandharva yaksha surasitta sangha, vikshanti tvam vismitas chaiva sarve.
The Rudras, the Adityas, the Vasus, the Sadyas, the Vishvadevas, the Ashwin Kumaras, the Maruts, the ancestors, and the hosts of Gandharvas, Yakshas, Asuras, and Siddhas, all gaze upon you in amazement.
Rupam mahate bahuvaktra netram, mahabaho bahubahurupadam, bahudaram bahudam strakaralam, drishtva loka pravyatitas-tataham.
Your great form has many faces and eyes. There are many arms, thighs, and feet. It has many bellies and dreadful fangs. O Krishna, beholding this form, all beings are terrified, including myself.
Nabasprasham deepta maneka varnam, vyatananam deepta vishala netram, drishtva hitvam pravyatitantaratma, tritim na vindami shamam cha Vishnu.
O Krishna, on seeing you radiant and multicolored, touching the highest heaven with your gaping mouths and huge glaring eyes, I am shaken to the core. I have lost all composure and peace.
Tamstrakaralani chate mukani, drishtveva kalanala sannibhani, tisho na jane nala becha sharma, prasida devesha jagannivasa.
Seeing your mouths and awesome teeth, which are like the flames of cosmic destruction, I am completely disoriented and confused. Have mercy on me, O Lord of the Devas, O abode of the universe.
Ami chatvam dhritarashtrasya putra, sarve saheva vanipala sangai, Bhishmo dronasuta putrastatasau, sahasmadiye rapiyoda mukhyai. Bhaktrani te tvaramana vishanti, tamstrakaralani bhayanakani, kechit vilakna dashanantareshu, sandrishyante churniteir uttamangai.
All the sons of Dhritarashtra, the other kings, Bhishma, Drona, and Karna, along with the leading warriors of our side, are all rushing into your fearsome mouths with terrible fangs. Some are even caught between your teeth and are having their heads crushed.
Yata nadinam bahavom bhuvega, samutrameva bimukhatravanti, tata tavami naraloka vira, vishanti vaktran yabhivichvalanti.
As the many rivers rush towards the ocean, so do these heroes of the world enter your blazing mouths.
Yata pradiptam jvalanam padanga, vishanti nashaya samvritta vega, tateva nashaya vishanti lokas, tavapi vaktrani samvritta vega.
As moths rush irresistibly into a blazing fire, so too do people of the world madly rush into your mouths to meet their destruction.
Lilihya segra samana samantal, lokan samagran vadanir jvalatpihi, tejo virapurya jagat samagram, pasastavogra pratapanti Vishnu.
O Vishnu, devouring all the worlds on every side, you lick them up with your flaming mouths. Your brilliant rays scorch the whole universe, filling it with their radiance.
Akyahimeko bhavanukra rupo, namostute deva varaprasida, vijñātumiccāmi bhavantamadhyam, nahi prajanāmi tava pravrittim.
O Lord, with this fearsome form, tell me who you are. Salutations to you, O Supreme God. Be merciful. You are the original person, and I desire to know you. I cannot comprehend your actions.
Shri Bhagavan-uvacha Kalosmi lokakshaya-krit pravritto lokan samahartumiha pravrittaha Ritepi tvam na bhavishyanti sarve ye vastita pratyanikeshu yoda.
Lord Krishna says, I am time, the mighty force which brings destruction to the world. I have manifested to destroy all these worlds. Even without you, none of the warriors gathered here for battle shall survive.
Tasmat tvam mutishta yashola basva jitva shatrun bhungshvarajam samrittam mayevete nihata purvameva nimitta matram bhava savyasachin.
Therefore rise and win glory. Conquer your enemies and enjoy a prosperous kingdom. They have already been slain by me. Therefore, you should act merely as my instrument, O great archer.
Dronam cha bhishmam cha jayatradam cha karnam tata jnanapi yoda viran maya hatam stvam cha himavyatishta yudhyasya jetasi rane sapatnan.
Drona, Bhishma, Jayadratha, Karna, as well as other mighty warriors have already been destroyed by me. Therefore, kill them without hesitation. You shall surely defeat your enemies in battle.
Sanjaya uvacha etat shrutva vachanam keshavasya kritanjalir vepamanak-kireti namaskritva bhuya evaha krishnam sagat-gadam bita-bita pranamya.
Sanjaya says, having heard the words of Sri Krishna, Arjuna placed his palms together and bowed down. Trembling with fear and awe, he paid his respects and spoke in a choked voice.
Arjuna uvacha stani rishikesha tava prakirtya jagat prarisyad yanurajyate cha rakshamsi bhitani dishotravanti sarve namasyanti chasitta sangha.
Arjuna says, O Krishna, it is right that the world is delighted by you and glorifies you. While the terrified demons flee in all directions, the hosts of perfected beings bow down to you.
Kasmat chatena nameran mahatman kariyase brahmanupyadi kartre ananta devesha jagannivasa tvamaksharam sarasat tatparam yat.
And why should they not bow down to you, for you are greater than even Brahma? O Infinite One, Lord of gods, O abode of the universe, you are the imperishable Brahman, the manifest and the unmanifest, and that which is beyond both.
Tvamadideva purusha puranas tamasya vishvasya param nidhanam vettasi vetyam cha param cha dama tvayatatam vishwamananta rupa.
You are the original Godhead and the most ancient person. You are the ultimate support of the universe. You are the knower and the knowable. You are the supreme goal. This whole universe is pervaded by you, O Lord of infinite forms.
Vayoryamoknir varuna shashanka prajapatisthvam prapitamaharscha namo namaste susahasrakrutva punascha bhuyopi namo namaste.
You are Vayu, Yama, Agni, Varuna, the moon, Prajapati, and the great grandsire. I bow down to you. I bow down to you 1,000 times. Then I still bow down to you.
Nama purastata prishtataste namostute sarvata yeva sarva ananta viryamita vikramastvam sarvam samapnoshi tatosi sarvaha.
I bow down to you from the front and the back. I bow down to you from all directions, since you are everything. O Lord, who has unbounded power and limitless might, you pervade all beings and therefore are all that is.
Saketi matva prasabham yaduktam, he Krishna he Yadava he Saketi, ajanata mahimanam tavedam, maya pramadat pranayena vapi.
Yaccha vaharsatam-asakratosi viharashayasana bhojaneshu eko tava bhatyuta tatsamaksham tatkszamaye tvam mahamaprameyam.
Either through negligence or affection, I was unaware of your majesty. Thinking of you as a friend, I spoke rashly and addressed you saying, O Krishna, O Yadava, O friend. Whatever disrespect I have shown you while joking, playing, resting, while we were sitting or eating together, while alone or in the presence of others, I beg your forgiveness, for you are beyond understanding.
Pitase lokasya characharasya tamasya bhujasya gurukariyan natvat samosthyabhyadikakutonyo lukatrepya pratima prabhava.
You are the Father of this world, of all moving and non-moving beings. You are its teacher and the one most worthy of reverence. There is none equal to you. How then could there be another greater than you in the three realms? Your glory cannot be matched.
Tasmat pranamya pranidhaya kayam prasadaye tvam mahamisha-mityam piteva putrasya sakeva sakyu priya priya yarhasi devasodhum.
Therefore, bowing down and prostrating myself, I beg your pardon, O adorable Lord. Please tolerate me as a father does his son, a friend does his friend, and a lover his beloved.
Adrishtapurvam rishitosmi drishtva payena cha pravyatitam mano me tadeva me dharshaya deva rupam prasida devesha jagannivasa.
O Lord, I am delighted that I have seen what has never been seen before, but my mind is overwhelmed with anxiety. Be gracious and show me your other form, O Lord of the gods, abode of the universe.
Kiritinam gadinam chakrahastam ichchami tvam drashtumaham tataiva tinaiva rupena chaturbhujena sahasrabaho bhava vishvamurte.
I wish to see you wearing a crown, holding a mace and discus in hand. O Vishnu, O thousand-armed one, show me once more your four-armed form.
Shri Bhagavan uvacha maya prasannena tavarjunedam rupam param darshitam atma-yogat tejo mayam vishwamanantamatyam yanme tvattanyena nadrishtapurvam.
Lord Krishna says, O Arjuna, by my grace this supreme manifestation has been revealed to you through my divine potency. It is filled with energy, it is cosmic, infinite, and primeval. It has never been seen before by anyone apart from you.
Na veda yajñadhyayanena daner na chakriyabhirna tapopirukrai evam rupa shakyaham nraloke drashtum tvadanyena kuru pravira.
Neither through the study of the Vedas, nor by sacrifices, nor by recital of the scriptures, nor by charity, nor by rituals, nor by strict austerities can I be seen like this by anyone else but you in this material world, O Arjuna.
Mate vyata macha vimuda bhavo drishtva rupam goram midranmametam vyapeta biprita manapunastvam tatteva me rupamidam prapasya.
Do not fear or be confused anymore by looking at this terrifying form of mine. Let it be finished. Let your anxiety subside and your mind be contented. Behold again that other form of mine.
Sanjaya uvacha ityarjunam vasudevastatoktva swakam rupam darshayamasa bhuyaha ashvasayamasa jabhitamenam bhutva punah saumya vapur mahatma.
Sanjaya says, Having spoken in this way to Arjuna, Sri Krishna revealed his four-armed form. That great being reassured the frightened Arjuna, and then again Sri Krishna assumed his benign, two-handed form.
Arjuna vacha drishtvedam manusham rupam tava saumyam janardana idanim asmi samvritta sacheta prakritim gataha.
Arjuna says, "Seeing this human form of yours, O Krishna, my mind is at peace and I have been restored to my normal state."
Shri Bhagavanu vacha sudodarsham idam rupam drishtavanasi yanmama deva apyasya rupasya nityam darshana kankshinaha.
Lord Krishna says, "It is extremely difficult to behold this form of mine which you have seen. Even the gods are ever longing to see it."
Naham vedirna tapasa nadanena na chetyaya shakya yevam vido drashtum drishtavanasi yanmama.
Not through the Vedas, nor by austerities, nor by charity, nor by the performance of sacrifices can I be seen in the way you have here.
Bhaktyatvanyaya shakya aham evam vidurjuna Jnatum drashtum cha tattvena pravishtum cha parantapa.
Only by single-minded devotion, Arjuna, is it possible to truly know, see, and indeed enter into my abode.
Mat karma krin mat paramo mat bhakta sangha varjitaha niveira sarva bhuteshu yassa mamiti pandava.
Whoever serves me, regards me as the highest, whoever is devoted to me, is free from attachment and shows no malice towards any living being, comes to me, O Arjuna. Chapter 12, Bhakti Yoga, the Yoga of Love.
Arjuna vacha evam satata yukta ye bhaktas-tvam paryupasate ye chapyakshara-mavyaktam tesham ke yoga vittamah.
Arjuna says, "Between the devotees who worship you, meditating on you in the way described, and those who contemplate on the imperishable, impersonal aspect of you, who is superior?"
Shri Bhagavanu vacha mayavishyam mano ye mam nitya yukta upasate shraddhaya parayopetas te me yuktatama matah.
Lord Krishna says, "In my opinion, those who are forever absorbed in me with strong faith and worship my personal form with focused minds are on the highest path."
Ye tvaksharamanirdishyam avyaktam paryupasate sarvatra gamma chintyam cha kutastam achalam dhruvam samniyam indriya kramam sarvatra samabuttayaha te prapnuvanti mameva sarvabhutahite ratah.
But those who contemplate on the imperishable, the indefinable, the unmanifest, omnipresent, inconceivable, transcendent, unchanging, immovable, impersonal aspect of the truth, having subdued all their senses, remaining equal-minded and engaged in the welfare of all beings, they too eventually come to me.
Kleshodikatarastesham avyakta sakta chetasam avyakta higatir dukhkam tehavat bhiravyapyate.
But greater is the difficulty of those whose minds are attached to the impersonal truth. For those who are embodied, that path is filled with suffering.
Yetu sarvani karmani mayi samnyasamatparah ananyenaiva yogena mam dhyayanta upasate teshamaham samuttarta mritya samsara sagarat pavami na chirat parta maya veshita chetasam.
But for those who love and surrender all their actions to me, who worship me with exclusive devotion and fix their minds on me alone, for such people, Arjuna, who have their consciousness absorbed in this way, I quickly deliver them from the ocean of birth and death.
Mayeva mana adatsva mayi buddhim niveshaya nivashishyasi mayeva ada urtvam na samshayaha.
Place your mind on me alone, and let all your understanding be absorbed in me. Then without doubt you will dwell in me.
Atachittam samadhatum nashaknoshi mayistiram abhyasa yogina tato mamichaptum dananjaya.
But if you are unable to center your mind on me, then seek to reach me, O Arjuna, by constantly practicing yoga.
Abhyase pyasamaddosi matkarma paramo bhava madartam api karmani kurvan siddhim avapsyasi.
But if you are unable to practice this yoga, then devote yourself to serving me. For even by dedicating your actions to me, you will attain perfection.
Atetat apyashaktosi kartumat yogamashhritaha sarvakarma palatyagam tatak kuruyatatmavan.
But if you are unable to even to act in remembrance of me, then to gain self-control, renounce the fruits of every action.
Shreyo hi jnanam abhyasat jnanat dhyanam vishishyate dhyanat karma palatyagas dhyagat chanteranantaram.
Knowledge is far better than simple practice. Meditation is better than knowledge. And renouncing the fruits of action is better than meditation. From such renunciation, peace immediately appears.
Atveshta sarva bhutanam mitra karuna evacha nirmamo niharankara samaduhka sukakshami santushta sadadam yogi yatatma dhritanischayaha mayarpita manobuddhi yo mat bhakta same priyaha.
The person who has no hatred towards any living being, who is friendly and compassionate to all, who is free from the notions of I and mine, who regards pain and pleasure with equanimity, who is forbearing, contented, who is constantly contemplating, self-restrained and firm in one's convictions, dedicating his mind and intellect to me, such a devotee is dear to me.
Yasman not vichate loko lokan not vichate chayaha harsham marshapayot bhegai mukto yasachame priyaha.
He who does not disturb the world and is not disturbed by the world, who is free from joy and sorrow, fear and passion, he is dear to me.
Anapeksha shachir daksha udasino katavyataha sarvaramba parityagi yo mat bhakta same priyaha.
One who is free from expectations, who is pure, skilled, impartial and free from anxiety, and who has renounced material pursuits, he is dear to me.
Yo narishyati natveshti nashochati nakangshati shubha parityagi bhaktiman yasame priyaha.
One who is full of devotion to me, who does not rejoice or hate, who does not grieve or desire, who renounces both enjoyable and vile objects, such a devotee is dear to me.
Samashatrau cha mitre cha tata manapamanayo shitoshna sukha duhkeshu samasanga vivarjitaha tulya nindastutir mauni santushto yena kenachit aniketastira mati bhaktiman mipriyo naraha.
He who is the same to both enemy and friend, who sees honor and dishonor as equal, who is indifferent to cold and heat, pleasure and pain, who is free from all attachments, who is unaffected by both praise and blame, and content with any condition, who has no home, who is steady in mind, and who is devoted to me, such a person is dear to me.
Yetu dharmyamritamidam yatoktam paryupasate shrattadanam matparama bhaktaste tiva mipriyah.
But those devotees who practice this immortal teaching with full faith as taught by me and who regard me as the supreme are exceedingly dear to me. Chapter 13, Kshetra-Kshetrajna-Yoga, Matter and Spirit.
Shri Arjuna Vacha Prakritim Purusham Chaiva Kshetram Kshetrajnameva Cha Etat Veditumichchami Jnanam Jneyam Cha Keshava.
Arjuna says, O Krishna, I desire to learn about the self and about material nature, about the field and its knower, about knowledge and the goal of knowledge.
Shri Bhagavanu Vacha Idam Shariram Kaunteya Kshetram Ityabhidiyate Etat Yo Vittitam Prahu Kshetrajna Iti Tat Vidaha.
Lord Krishna says, this body, O Arjuna, is called the field, Kshetra. One who has knowledge of this is called the knower of the field, Kshetrajna, by the enlightened ones.
Kshetrajnam chapi mam vitti sarva kshetreshu bharata Kshetra-Kshetrajna-yor jnanam yatak jnanam matam param.
And you should also understand that I am the knower in all the fields as well as the inner self, O Arjuna. In my view, this knowledge of the field and both its knowers is the highest knowledge.
Tat kshetram yatcha yatrukcha yat vikare yatascha yat sachayo yat prabhavascha tat samasena meshranu.
Now learn briefly from me about the field, what its nature is, what changes it undergoes, and which one of these comes from the other. Also learn about the knower of the field and what his influence is.
Rishibir bahuda gitam Chandobir vividai pratak Brahma sutra padaischaiva Hitumadbhir vinischitai.
This knowledge has been sung about by the sages in different ways through various distinctive hymns of the Vedas. It has also been expressed through conclusive arguments in the Brahma Sutras.
Mahabhutanyahankaro buddhiravyaktameva cha Indriyani dashekam cha panchachendriya gochara Ichha dvesha sukam dukkam Sangatas chetana dritihi Etat kshetram samasena Savikaram mudaratam.
The principal elements, the ego, the intellect, the unmanifested, the 10 senses, the 5 objects of the senses, attraction, aversion, pleasure and pain, the different faculties of the body, consciousness and one's resolve, is briefly what composes the field and the various transformations it undergoes.
Amanitvam madambitvam ahimsak kshantirajyavam acharyopasanam shaucham stairyam atmavinigraha indriyartheshu vairakyam anahankara evacha janmamrityujaravyadi dukkha doshanudarshanam asaktiranabhisvanga putradara grahadishu nityam cha samachittatvam ishtan ishtopapattishu maichananya yogena bhaktiravya-vicharini vivikta-desha sevitvam aratyarjana samsadi adhyatmanyana nityatvam tattva-jnanartha-darshanam etat-jnanamiti proktam ajnanam yatatonyata.
Being free from pride and deceit, humility, not harming, patience, integrity, service of the Master, purity, steadfastness and self-restraint, being detached from sense objects, rising above the sense of ego, seeing the misery of birth, death, old age and suffering, being without attachment and entanglement for son, wife, home and other such things, being equal-minded, having exclusive, undeviating devotion to me, being in solitude, having aversion from mundane society, having constant dedication to the path of self-realization and the goal of truth. All of this should be considered knowledge, and everything else is ignorance.
Jneyam yattat pravakshyami yajñat vamritamashnuté anadi matparam brahma nasattanna saduchyate.
I shall now explain what one must strive to know. Once this is realized, one attains immortality. That object of knowledge is beginningless. It is Brahman, which is dependent on me. It is said to be neither existing nor non-existing.
Sarvata panipadam tat sarvato kshishiro mukham sarvata shrutimal loke sarvamavritya tishtati.
Its hands and feet are everywhere. Its eyes, heads, and faces are everywhere. Its ears are on all sides, and it exists pervading all things.
Sarvendriya gunapasam sarvendriya vivarjitam asaktam sarva brachaiva nirgunam gunabhuktracha.
It illumines the senses while remaining unconnected with the sense organs. It is detached and yet supports all. It is free from the gunas, and yet it experiences the gunas.
Pahyantascha bhutanam acharam charameva cha sukshmatvat tada viknyeyam durastam chantike chatat.
It is inside and outside all beings. It is moving yet unmoving. It is so subtle that no one can comprehend it. It is far away and yet so very near.
Avibhaktam cha bhuteshu vibhaktam ivachastitam bhutabhratra cha taknyeyam krasishnu prabhavishnu cha.
It is one and yet appears divided among living beings. That which must be known is the sustainer of all living beings. It devours them and brings them back into existence.
Jyotisham api tat jyotis tamasa paramuchyate jnanam jneyam jnanagamyam hridi sarvasya vishtitam.
It is the light of all lights, beyond all darkness. It is knowledge itself. The object of knowledge and it can be attained through knowledge. It is present in the hearts of all beings.
Iti kshetram tata jnanam jneyam choktam samassataha madbhakta yeta vijñāya madbhava yopapatyate.
In this way, I have briefly explained the field, knowledge, and the object of knowledge. Upon realizing this, my devotee attains that supreme relationship with me.
Prakritim purusham chaiva vidyanadi upavapi vikaramscha gunamschaiva vitti prakriti sambhavan.
Know that both material nature and the self are without beginning, and all the transformations and gunas arise from this material nature.
Karya karana kartrutve hetu prakriti ruchyate purusha sukha dukkhanam bhoktrutve hetu ruchyate.
Nature is said to be the cause of all material causes and effects. The embodied soul, however, is said to be the cause of the various pleasures and pain experienced.
Purusha prakritisto hi punkte prakriti gunan karanam guna sangosya sadasat yoni janmasu.
The self, which is situated in material nature, experiences the effects of the different gunas that arise from it. Entanglement to these gunas is the cause of higher and lower births.
Uppatrishtanumanta cha bharta bhukta maheshwaraha paramatmeti chapyukto tehesmin purushaparaha.
But within the body, supreme to the self, there is another one that is called the witness, the one who grants permission, the supporter, the enjoyer, the great Lord, the Supersoul.
Ya evam veti purusham prakritim jagunai saha sarvata vartamanopi nasa bhuyo bijayate.
One who understands the spiritual and material nature along with its gunas is not born again, regardless of their situation.
ध्यानेनात्मनि पश्यन्ति केचित्तात्मानमात्मना अन्ये सांख्येन योगेन कर्मयोगेन चापरे.
Some perceive the Supersoul within themselves by meditation, others through gaining knowledge, and still others by Karma-Yoga.
Hanye tvevam majananta shrutvan yepya upasate tepi chatitarantyeva mrityum shruti-parayanah.
Then there are those who do not follow any of these paths, but having heard teachings from others, they devote themselves to the Supreme, and they too pass beyond death.
Yavat sanjayate kinchit sattvam sthavara-jangamam Kshetra-Kshetrajna-Yogat Tatviti-Paratarshava.
O Arjuna, whatever comes into being, be it moving or non-moving, only arises through a combination of the field and the knower of the field.
Samam sarveshu bhuteshu tishtantam parameshwaram vinashyat svavinashyantam yapashyati sapashyati.
Whoever sees the Supreme dwelling alike in all bodies and never perishing despite the body doing so, truly sees.
Samam pashyanni sarvatra samavasthitamishwaram nahinastyatmanatmanam tato yati param gatim.
One who sees the Supreme as equally existing in every place does not degrade the self by the mind. Therefore, they reach the highest goal.
Prakrityaiva cha karmani kriyamanani sarvashah yapashyati tatatmanam akartaram sapashyati.
One who sees that the self does nothing and all action is done by material nature alone truly sees.
Yata bhuta pratak bhavam ekastam manupashyati tatayeva cha vistaram brahma sampatyate tata.
When one understands that the difference and individuality of all beings is rooted and expanded from one being, he realizes Brahman.
Anaditva nirgunatvat paramatmayam avyayah sharirastopi kaunteya na karoti na lipyate.
O Arjuna, the Supreme Self is without beginning and is unchanging. Though it is in the body, it is free from the gunas. It neither acts nor is it stained by action.
Yata sarvagatam saukshmyat akasham lopalipyate sarvatra vastito dehe tatatma nopalipyate.
As all-pervading space is never affected by anything because of its subtle nature, so too the self dwelling in the body is not tainted by the body.
Yata prakashayat yeka kritsnam lokam mimam ravihi kshetram kshetri tata kritsnam prakashayati bharata.
As the sun alone illumines this whole world, Arjuna, so too does the knower of the field illumine the whole field.
Kshetra-Kshetrajna-Yorevam antaram jnana chakshusha bhuta prakriti moksham cha ye vidur yanti te param.
Those with the eye of wisdom, who can perceive the difference between the field and the knowers of the field, and how beings can be liberated from material nature, they attain the Supreme. Chapter 14. Gunatraya-Vibhaga-Yoga, the three modes of nature.
Shri Bhagavanuvacha Param Bhuya Pravakshyami Jnananam Jnanamuttamam Yajñatva Munaya Sarve Param Siddhimito Gatah.
Lord Krishna says, I shall speak to you again of another kind of knowledge. This is the best of all forms of knowledge. By knowing this, all the sages have attained the highest perfection beyond this world.
Iram jnanam upashritya mamasa dharmemagatah sargepi nopajayante pralaye navyatantija.
Dedicating themselves to this knowledge, they attain the same nature and quality as me. As a result, they are not born at the time of creation, and are unaffected at the time of its dissolution.
Mama yonir mahat brahma tasmin garbham datamyaham sambhava sarva bhutanam tato bhavati bharata.
My womb is the totality of material existence, within which I place the seed of life. From that, O Arjuna, all beings are born.
Sarva yonishu kaunteya murtaya sambhavantiyah tasam brahma mahat yonir aham bija pradapita.
Different beings come from various wombs, O Arjuna, but this material nature is the womb for all of them, and I am the seed-giving father.
Sattvam rajastama iti guna prakriti sambhava nibatnanti mahabaho tehi namavvyayam.
Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas are the gunas that arise from Prakriti. They are responsible for the bondage of the unchanging self to the body, O Arjuna.
Tatra sattvam nirmalatvat prakashakam manamayam sukha sangena batnati jnana sangena chanaga.
Of these, because sattva is pure, it is illuminating and free from contamination. It causes bondage, O Arjuna, through attachment to happiness and to learning.
Rajoragatmakam vitti trishna sanga samudbhavam tannibatnati kaunteya karma sangena dehinam.
O Arjuna, understand that Rajas is the nature of passion and arises from craving and attachment. It causes bondage through attachment to action.
Tamastvanyana jam vitti mohanam sarvadehinam pramadalasya nitrabis tannibatnati bharata.
Arjuna, know that tamas is born of ignorance and causes the delusion of all embodied souls. It creates bondage through negligence, laziness, and sleep.
Sattvam sukhe sanjayati rajakarmani bharata jnanam avritya tutama pramadis sanjayatyuta.
The mode of sattva generates attachment to pleasure and rajas to action, O Arjuna. But the mode of tamas, obscuring wisdom, creates attachment to negligence.
Rajastamascha vibhuya sattvam bhavati bharata rajas sattvam tamaschaiva tamas sattvam rajastata.
Sometimes sattva prevails by subduing rajas and tamas, O Arjuna. Sometimes rajas prevails by subduing tamas and sattva, and other times tamas prevails by subduing rajas and sattva.
Sarvatvareshu dehismin prakasha upajayate jnanam yadadada vidyat vivrittam sattvamityuta.
When the light of wisdom radiates in all the doorways, senses of the body, then one should know that sattva prevails.
Lopa pravittiraramba karmanam ashamaspruha rajasyetani jayante vivrite bharatarshava.
Greed, intense endeavor, the undertaking of different tasks, restlessness and craving arise, O Arjuna, when rajas is dominant.
Aprakasho pravrittischa pramado moha evacha tamasyetani jayante vivrite kurunandana.
Dullness, stagnation, negligence, and even delusion arise, O Arjuna, when tamas dominates.
Yada sattve pravrittetu pralayam yati dehaprut tadotamavidam lokan amalan pratipatyate.
If the embodied self meets death when sattva predominates, then it proceeds to the pure realms of those who know the highest truth.
Rajasi pralayam gatva karma-sannyasa jayate tata pralinastamasi muda jonishu jayate.
Meeting death when rajas predominates, one is born among those attached to action. Similarly, one who meets death when tamas prevails is born among beings in delusion.
Karmana sukritasyahu satvikam nirmalam phalam rajasastu phalam dukkam ajnanam tamasah phalam.
The result of sattvic action is a pure good deed. The result of rajasic action is suffering. The result of tamasic action is ignorance.
Sattva sanjayate jnanam rajaso lobha evacha pramada moho tamaso bhavato jnanam evacha.
From sattva arises wisdom. From rajas comes greed. And from tamas comes negligence, delusion, as well as ignorance.
Urdvam gachanti sattvasta matye tishtanti rajasa jaganya gunavrittishta ato gachanti tamasa.
Those who are established in sattva rise upwards. Those who dwell in rajas remain in the middle. And those who adhere to tamas, influenced by the lowest tendencies, go downwards.
Nanyam gunebhya gattaram yada trashtanupashyati gunebhyascha param veti matbhavam sudigachyati.
When the enlightened one sees that nothing acts other than the gunas, and when he realizes what lies beyond the gunas, then he attains my divine nature.
Gunaneta natityatrin tehi teha samutpavan janma mrityachara dukke vimuktom ritamashnute.
By transcending these three gunas from which the body arises, the embodied self is freed from birth, death, old age and suffering, and thereby attains immortality.
Arjuna vacha kerlinge strin gunanetan atito bhavati prabho kimachara katam chaitam strin gunan ativartate.
Arjuna says, "What are the indications of one who has transcended the three gunas? How does one behave, and how does one overcome the three gunas?"
Shri Bhagavanu vacha prakasham cha pravrittim cha mohameva cha pandava nateshti sampravrittani nanivrittani kankshati.
Lord Krishna says, "O Arjuna, he does not resent illumination, activity, or delusion when they appear, nor does he long for them when they are absent."
Udasena vadaseno guner yona vichalyate gunavartanta ityeva yovatishtati nengate.
He remains indifferent and undisturbed by the gunas. He knows it is the gunas alone that are active, and so he remains stable and unwavering.
Samaduhka sukasvasta samaloshtasmakanchanaha tulya priya priyodhiras tulya nindatma samstutihi manappamanayos tulyas tulyo mitrari pakshayo sarva ramba parityagi kunati tasa uchyate.
He is equal in pleasure and pain. He is focused within. He sees a lump of earth, a stone, and a piece of gold as the same. He is firmly resolved. He is equal to those who are dear to him and to those who are not. He regards praise and blame equally. He is indifferent to honor and dishonor. He is equal to friends and enemies, and he has abandoned all worldly ambitions. Such a person is said to have transcended the gunas.
Mamchayo vyabicharena bhakti yogena sevate sagunan samatityetan brahma bhujaya kalpate.
And by serving me with unswerving devotion, one transcends the gunas and becomes fit to attain their true relationship with me.
Brahmano hi pratishtatam amritasya vyayasya cha shashvatasya cha dharmasya sukhasya kantikasya cha.
For I am the foundation for the immortal, unchanging Brahman. I am also the basis for this eternal Dharma and for perfect happiness. Chapter 15, Purushottama-Yoga, Knowing the Supreme Person.
Shri Bhagavanu vacha Urtvamulam madashakam ashvatam prahuravyayam Chandamse yasya parnani yastam vedassa vedavit.
Lord Krishna says, they, the Vedas, speak of an indestructible Ashwatha tree with its roots above and branches below, the leaves of which are the Vedic hymns. The one who knows this tree knows the Vedas.
Adaschorvam prasratas tasya shaka gunapravritta vishayapravala adascha mulanyanusantatani karmanubandhini manushya loke.
Its branches are spread out both above and below, nourished by the gunas. The objects of the senses are the shoots. The roots extend downward into this material world, where they combine with action that gives results.
Narupamasyeha tatopalapyate nanto na chadir na cha sampratishta ashvattamedam suvirura moolam asangashastrena tradena chitva.
Its form cannot be fully perceived, for it has no end, beginning, or foundation. But using the strong weapon of detachment, one should cut down this firmly rooted Ashwatha tree.
Tatapadam tatparimargitavyam yasmim gata na nivartanti bhuyaha tameva chadhyam purusham prapatye yata pravritti prasrita purani.
One should then seek that realm which once attained, one never comes back from. There he should surrender to the Supreme Lord, from where this whole process emanated.
Nirmana mohajita sanga dosha atyatma nitya vinivritta kama tandver vimukta sukha dukkha samyair gachantya muda padamabhyayam tat.
Free from pride and foolishness, having conquered the obstacle of attachment, in constant pursuit of the spiritual goal, having rejected material desire and been liberated from the pairs of opposites known as pleasure and pain, the undiluted one attains that supreme abode.
Na tatpasayate suryo na shashanko na pavakaha yat gatva namivartante tattama paramam mama.
That supreme realm of mine is not illumined by the sun or the moon, nor by fire. After reaching this place, one does not return again.
Mamevamsho jiva loke jiva bhuta sanatanaha manashashtanindriyani prakritistani karshati.
An eternal fragment of myself becomes embodied as the living beings, jivas, within this mortal world. It acquires the 5 senses in the mind, which is the 6th, all of which reside in this material nature.
Shariram yadavapnoti yachapyutkramatishvaraha grihitvetani samyati vayurgandan ivashayat.
Whatever body the self acquires or departs from, it proceeds, taking with it these 6 sense faculties, just as the wind carries a fragrance from place to place.
Shrotram chakshus sparshanam cha rasanam granam eva cha aristhaya manaschayam vishayan upasevate.
Presiding over the ear, the eye, the sense of touch, the tongue, the nose, and the mind, the self experiences the objects of the senses.
Utkramantam stitam vapi bunjanam vagunanvitam vimodananu pashyanti jnana chakshushaha.
Joined with the gunas, when departing, staying, or experiencing, the deluded persons cannot perceive the self. But those who possess the eye of knowledge can.
Yatanto yoginaschainam pasyantyatmanyavastitam yatanto pyakratatmano nenam pashyan yachetasaha.
The practitioners of yoga are able to see the self abiding within themselves. But those who lack intelligence and have not mastered themselves cannot behold it, even if they strive for it.
Yadadit jagatam tejo jagat bhasayate kilam yachandramasi yachakno tattejo vidimamakam.
You should know that the energy of the sun, which illumines the whole universe, and the energy of the moon and fire are mine alone.
Gamavishyaccha bhutani darayamyahamojasa pushnami chaushadi sarva somo bhutvara-satmakaha.
Pervading the earth, I support all beings with my power. I nourish all herbs by becoming the moon full of potency.
Aham Vishvanaro bhutva praninam dehamashritah pranapana-samayukta pachamyanam chaturvidam.
Becoming the digestive fire, I function within the bodies of all living beings. By joining with the prana and the apana air breaths, I digest the 4 kinds of food.
Sarvasya chaham hridi sannivishto matta smritirjnanam apohanam cha vedaischa sarverahameva vedyo vedantakrit veda videva chaham.
And I dwell in the hearts of all. From me comes knowledge, memory, and loss of memory. Indeed, I alone am that which is to be known from all the Vedas. I am the creator of Vedanta, and I alone am the knower of the Vedas.
Dvavimau purusho loke ksharascha-kshara eva cha kshara sarvani bhutani kutasto kshara uchyate.
Beings exist in 2 distinct forms, perishable and imperishable. The material body bound to the material world is perishable, while the immutable self is imperishable.
Uttama purushastvanya paramatmetyudhartah yo lokatrayamavishya pibartya vyaya ishvaraha.
But different and beyond these 2 forms is the highest Purusha, described as the Supreme Self or Supersoul, Paramatma. He is the unchanging Lord who pervades the 3 worlds and supports it.
Yasmat ksharamati-toham aksharat apichottamaha hatosmi loke vedecha pratita purushottamaha.
Because I transcend the perishable and am also higher than the imperishable, I am declared in the world and by the Vedas as the Supreme Being, Purushottama.
Yo mam evam samhuto janati purushottamam sa sarvavid bhajati mam sarvapavena bharata.
Whoever is not deluded and understands me as the highest Purusha knows all. He worships me with his whole being.
Iti guhyattamam shastram idamuktam maya nagha etat bhutva bhuttimam syat kritakrityascha bharata.
O sinless one, I have now revealed the most mysterious doctrine. By understanding this, O Arjuna, one will become truly wise and would have fulfilled all duties. Chapter 16, Daivasura-Sampad-Vibhaga-Yoga, the Divine and Demonic Qualities.
Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Abhayam Sattva Samshutti Jnana-Yoga Vyavastitihi Danam Damascha Yajnascha Svadhyayastapa Arjavam Ahimsa Satyam Akrodas Tyagashantirapeshunam Dayabhute Luptvam Mardavam Hrir Achapalam Tejakshamatrati Shaucham Atroho Natimanita Pavanti Sampadam Daivim Abhijatasya Bharata.
Lord Krishna says, fearlessness, purity of heart, the steadfast pursuit of knowledge, charity, self-control, worship, study of Vedas, austerity, honesty, refraining from harm, truthfulness, freedom from anger, renunciation, tranquility, freedom from fault-finding, compassion to all beings, freedom from greed, kindness, modesty, never wavering, energy, patience, fortitude, purity, freedom from malice and humility. These qualities, O Arjuna, belong to saintly men endowed with a divine nature.
Dambo darpo bimanascha krodha parushyameva ajnanam cha vijatasya partha sampanamasurim.
Hypocrisy, pride, anger, rudeness, and ignorance, O Arjuna, belong to one who possesses a demonic nature.
Devi sampad vimokshaya nibandhaya surimata mashasha sampadam devim apija dosi pandava.
Those who have these divine qualities attain liberation, whereas those demonic qualities are a source of bondage. Do not worry, O Arjuna, for you have been born with divine qualities.
Dvau bhuta sargalokesmin deva asura evacha devo vistarasha prokta asuram partamishrano.
There are two types of beings that have been produced in this world, the divine and the demonic. So far, the qualities of the divine have been described at length. Now hear from me, O Arjuna, about the demonic.
Pravrittim cha nivrittim cha janana vidurasura na shaucham na pichacharo na satyam teshu vidyate.
Asuric individuals know nothing about right action nor what to refrain from. Neither purity, truthfulness, nor right conduct can be found in them.
Asatyam apratishtam te jagatahoranishwaram aparaspara bhutam kim manyat kama hetukam.
Such people say that this universe is unreal, without any foundation and without any lord. They say this has all come into being without any cause. It has simply been brought about by sexual desire, with sensual gratification being the only reason for it.
Etam drishtim avashtapya nashtatmanulpabuddhayah prabhavan yukra karmana kshayaya jagato hitah.
Those who have ruined themselves and have little intelligence hold these views. Hostile to all, they perform cruel deeds and bring destruction to the world.
Kamam ashritya dushpuram tambamana madanvitah mohat grihitva satgrahan pravartante shuchivratah.
Filled with insatiable desires, due to delusion, they stubbornly hold to false ideas. They act with insincere intentions based on deceit, pride, and passion.
Chintamaparimayam cha pralayantamupashritah kamopaboga parama etat vatiti nishchitah.
They chase limitless desires, thinking that this is all there is. As a result, they face endless anxieties right up to the point of death.
Asha pashasater bhatta kamakroda parayanah ihante kamabogartam anyayenartha sanchayan.
Bound by hundreds of worries in a mesh of illusion, ruled by desire and anger, they gather wealth through unjust means to fulfill their desires.
Hiramatya mahalaptam imam prapsye manoratam iram asti danapi me bhavishyati punardhanam aso maya hata shatrur hanishyetya paranapi ishvaroham aham bhogi sitoham balavan sukhi adhyobi janavanasmi konyosti sadrisho maya yaksherasyami modishya ityanyana vimohita.
Deluded by ignorance, such people declare, I have gained this today, and I will gain more to meet my desires. This wealth is mine, and much more will be mine in the future. This enemy is slain by me, and I shall kill the others. I am the Lord, I am the enjoyer, I am successful, powerful, and happy. I am wealthy and of noble birth. Who else can equal me? I will perform sacrifices, I will give charity, I will rejoice.
Anekachita vipranta mohachala samavrata prasakta kama bhogesho patante narakesho chau.
Bewildered by so many fantasies, caught by the net of delusion and addicted to sensual enjoyments, they fall down into hell.
Atmasambhavita stapta danamana madanvita yajante nama yajnaiste tambena vitipurvakam.
Being utterly self-centered, stubborn, intoxicated with pride, wealth, and passion, they insincerely perform sacrifices in name only, deviating from the prescribed way.
Ahankaram balam tarpam kamam krodam cha samshrita mamatma paradehesho pratvishanto bhyaso yaka.
Overcome with ego, power, pride, desire, and anger, these demonic people hate and envy me, the one who is present in their own bodies and those of others.
Tanaham dishatakrooran samsareshu naradhaman kshipamya jasramashuban asurishveva yonishu.
These wicked people are filled with hatred and are the worst of humankind. Within this cycle of birth and death, I continuously cast them into the wombs of demonic beings.
Asurim yonimapana muda janmani janmani mamaprapyeva kaunteya tato yanchaddamam gatim.
Life after life, these fools exist among demonic beings and never attain me, O Arjuna, and so they attain the lowest state of existence.
Trividam narakasyedam tvaram nashanamatmanaha kamakrodastata lobas tasmat etatrayam tyajet.
There are 3 gateways to this hell: desire, anger, and greed. Therefore, one should abandon them as they bring ruin to the soul.
Eter vimukta kaunteya tamotvarestribir naraha acharat yatmana shreyas tato yati param gatim.
One who has been liberated from these 3 gates of darkness, O Arjuna, will do what is beneficial to the self, and hence one reaches that supreme abode.
Yashastra vidimutsrijya vartate kamakarataha nassa sittim avapnoti nassukam na param gatim.
Whoever disregards the principles of the scriptures and acts under the influence of their personal desire can never attain perfection, happiness, or the supreme abode.
Tasmat shastram pramanam te karya vyavastito Nyatva shastra vidanoktam karma kartum iharhasi.
Therefore, let the scriptures be your authority for determining what should and should not be done. Having learnt what they have instructed, you can perform your duty. Chapter 17, Shraddhatraya-Vibhaga-Yoga, the 3 divisions of faith.
Arjuna vacha ye shastra vidyamutsrijya yajante shrattayanvita tesham nishta tuka krishna sattvam maho rajastamaha.
Arjuna says, Krishna, what is the position of those who disregard the rules of scripture but still worship with faith? Is it sattva, rajas, or tamas?
Shri Bhagavan uvacha trivida bhavati shraddha Dehinam sasvabhavaja satviki rajasi chaiva tamasi chetitam shrunu.
Lord Krishna says, the faith of embodied beings comes from their inherent nature and is of 3 types, sattvic, rajasic, and tamasic. Now listen while I describe them.
Sattvanurupa sarvasya shraddha bhavati bharata Shraddhamayoyam purusho yo yakshraddha sa eva saha.
O Arjuna, the faith of each person is in accordance with their nature. Whatever is the nature of that faith, that is what they become.
Yajanti sattvika devan yaksharakshamsi rajasah pretan bhutaganamschanye yajante tamasajana.
Those of sattvic faith make offerings to the gods. The Rajasic type worship yakshas and rakshasas, and the others, who are tamasic in faith, worship ghosts and spirits.
Ashastra vihitam goram tapyante ye tapojana tambahankara samyukta kamaraga palanvita.
Those who practice torturous self-discipline, tapas, not approved of by scripture, are filled with hypocrisy and egoism, compelled by desire and attachment.
Karshayanta sharirastam putagramam machetasaha mam chaivanta sharirastam tanvitya sura nishchayan.
These foolish people simply torture the elements of their material bodies. They also harm me who dwells within their body. Such people are demonic by nature.
Aharastvapi sarvasya trivido bhavati priyaha yajñastapastatadanam tesham bhedam mimam shruno.
The food which is enjoyed by all is also of three types, as are sacrifices, austerity, and charity. Listen to the distinctions between them.
Ayusattva-palarokya sukha-priti vivardana rasya snigdha stiraritya ahara sattvika priyaha.
Foods which are liked by sattvic people bring longevity, alertness, energy, health, pleasure, and delight. Such foods are tasty, juicy, crisp, and pleasant.
Kadvamla lavanat yushna tikshna ruksha vidahinaha ahara rajasasyeshta dukkha shoka mayapradaha.
Those dominated by rajas like foods which are bitter, sour, very salty, very hot, strong-tasting, pungent, and burning. Such foods produce pain, sorrow, and disease.
Yatayamam gatarasam putiparyushitam chayat uchishtam api chametyam pujanam tamasapriyam.
Foods which are stale, tasteless, foul, putrid, left over and impure are loved by tamasic people.
Apalakang shibir yakno biti drashto ya ityate yashtavyam me viti mana samadhamassa sattvikaha.
The sattvic sacrifice is one that is performed in strict accordance with scripture, without any desire for reward, and is motivated by a sense of duty.
Abhisandayatu palam tambartam api chaivayat ityate bharata shreshta tam yajñam viti rajasam.
But Arjuna, the sacrifice which is performed with an expectation of reward and for the praise of others is in the nature of rajas.
Vittihinam asrishtanam mantrahinam madakshinam shraddha-virahitam yajñam tamasam parichakshate.
That sacrifice which is not based on scriptural authority, which is without proper offerings or recitation of mantras, which does not have offerings to brahmanas or any sincere faith, is considered to be tamasic in nature.
Devat-vijaguru-prajña pujanam shauchamarjavam brahmacharyam ahimsa cha shariram tapa uchyate.
Austerity of the body is about worship of the gods, brahmanas, teachers, and enlightened beings. It involves being clean, honest, celibate, and refraining from violence.
Anudvegakaram vakyam satyam priyahitam chayat swadhyaya bhyasanam chaiva vanmayam tapa uchyate.
Austerity of speech means not causing distress to others, stating the truth, speaking lovingly, and what is beneficial, and also reciting the Vedas.
Manaprasada saumyatvam maunamatma vinikraha bhavassam shrutiritetat tapo manasamuchyate.
Austerity of the mind means being peaceful, benevolent, silent, and self-controlled with pure thoughts.
Shraddhaya paraya taptam tapastat trividam naraihi apalakang shibir yukte satvikam parichakshate.
When these three forms of austerity are practiced with firm faith and without any desire for reward, they are of the sattvic nature.
Satkaramana pujartam tapodambhena chaivayat kriyate tatiha proktam rajasam chalamadrivam.
Austerity practiced with vanity for the sake of honor, praise, and good reputation is rajasic. Such practice is unstable and impermanent.
Muragrahenatmano yat pitaya kriyate tapaha parasyotsadanartham va tattamasamutaratam.
And the austerity practiced with foolishness, which tortures oneself or inflicts harm to others, is considered tamasic.
Tatavyam iti yattanam tiyate nupakarine deshe kale cha patre cha tattanam sattvikam smritam.
Charity that is done from a sense of duty to a deserving person without expectation at the proper place and time is said to be sattvic in nature.
Yattu pradyupakarartam phalam uddishya va punaha diyate cha parikrishtam tatanam rajasam smritam.
But charity, which is given with the expectation of receiving in the hope of some future reward, or which is done grudgingly, is considered rajasic.
Adeshakale yattanam apatrebhyascha diyate asatkritam avajñatam tattamas samutaratam.
That gift, which is given at the wrong place and wrong time to an unworthy person, with neglect and without due respect, is considered tamasic.
Om tat satiri nirdesho brahmanas trividas smrtaha brahmanastena vedascha yajñascha vihita pura.
From the very beginning, the three syllables Om Tat Sat have personified Brahman. It was with this sacred mantra that the Brahmanas, the Vedas, and sacrifices were established.
Tasmatumityudaritya yajñadanattapakriyaah pravartante vidanukta satatam brahmavadinam.
Therefore, in accordance with the Vedas, the saintly persons always chanted the syllable Om before all acts of worship, charity, and austerity.
Tadityannabhisandhaya palam yajñatapakriyaah danakriyascha vivida kriyante moksha-kangshibihi.
Without expecting the fruits of their action, those who seek liberation from rebirth chant the syllable Tat when they perform acts of sacrifice, austerity, and charity.
Sadbhave sadubhave cha sadityetat prayujyate prashaste karmani tata satchapta partayujyate.
Arjuna, the term Sat means existence and virtue and is also used to describe any righteous action.
Yajñe tapasi dane cha stiti sattiti chotyate karma chaiva tatartiyam sadityeva pidiyate.
Because of this, dedication to sacrifice, austerity, and charity is called Sat. And also any action done for the sake of these is termed Sat.
Ashrataya hutam dattam tapastaptam kritam chayat asatit yujyate parta nacha tat pretya no hiha.
But Arjuna, whatever is offered without faith, be it sacrifice, austerity, or charity, is called asat. It is worthless in this world and the next. Chapter 18, Moksha-Sannyasa-Yoga, the Path to Liberation.
Arjuna vacha sannyasasya mahabaho tattvamichhami veditum tyagasya charshikesha pratakeshi nishudanam.
Arjuna says, O Krishna, I wish to know about sannyasa and the difference between sannyasa and tyaga.
Shri Bhagavanu vacha kamyanam karmanam yasam
sannyasam kavayo viduhu sarvakarma palatyagam prahusthyagam vichakshana.
Lord Krishna says, learned men understand that sannyasa means the giving up of all works which are motivated by desire, and they declare tyaga to be renouncing the fruits of all action.
Tyajam dosha vadityeke karma prahur manishinaha yajna danat tapak karma natyajam iti chapare.
Some wise persons say that all actions should be given up as they are inherently defective. Others declare that actions such as sacrifice, charity, and austerity should not be given up.
Nischayam shrunu me tatra tyage bharata sattama tyago hi purusha vyakra trivida samprakirtitaha.
Now Arjuna, listen to my verdict. Regarding tyaga, for this can be of three kinds.
Yajna dana tapak karma natyajam karyameva tat yajnyo danam tapaschaiva pavanani manishinam.
The acts of sacrifice, charity, and austerity should not be given up, but should be performed. For these acts purify even the wise.
Etan vyapitu karmani sangam tyaktva palani cha kartavyaniti me partas nischitam matamuttamam.
But Arjuna, even these three practices should be performed, giving up all attachment and the desire for reward.
Niyatasya tu sannyasa karmano nopapatyate mohat tasya parityagas tamasa parikirtitaha.
Actions that have been prescribed should never be given up. Renouncing such actions through ignorance is tamasic in nature.
Dukamityeva yat karma kaya klesha bhayat tyajet sakrutva rajasam tyagam naiva tyaga palam labet.
If one renounces action because it is painful or brings suffering to the body, it is born of rajas and does not yield the fruit of renunciation.
Karyam mityeva yat karma niyatam kriyate Arjuna sangam tyaktva palam chaiva satyaga satviko mataha.
But when prescribed action is performed as a matter of duty, giving up attachment to it as well as its fruits, such renunciation is regarded as sattvic.
Tadveshtya kushalam karma kushalena anusajyate tyagi sattva samavishto medavi chinna samshayaha.
The one who is established in sattva is wise and free from doubts. He neither hates unpleasant work, nor does he become attached to work which is pleasant.
Nahi deha prata shakyam tyaktum karmanya sheshataha yastu karma palatyagi satyagi thyabidiyate.
It is impossible for an embodied being to abandon action entirely, but one who gives up the rewards of action is a true renunciate.
Anishtamishtamishram cha trividam karma nappalam bhavatya tyaginam pretya natu samyasinam kvachit.
Undesirable, desirable, and mixed are the three kinds of results from action. After death, these results affect one who has not renounced, but never those who have.
Panchetani mahabaho karanani nibodame sankye kratanti proktani siddhaye sarvakarmanam.
Now learn from me, Arjuna, about the 5 factors established by the Sankhya system, which bring about the results of action.
Adhishtanam tata karta karanam cha pratak vidam vividascha pratak cheshta devam chevatra panchamam.
The 5 factors of action are the seat of action, the body, the actual performer, the various sense organs, the different kinds of effort, and the Lord Himself, who is the 5th cause.
Sharira vangmano bhiryat karma prarabhate naraha nyayam va viparitam va
panchete tasya hetavaha.
Whatever work one undertakes with body, speech, and mind, whether right or wrong, these 5 are its cause.
Tatraivam sati kartaram atmanam kevalam tuyaha pasyatyakrita buddhitvan nassa pashyati durmatihi.
This being the case, the fool with an underdeveloped intelligence who sees only himself as the agent does not see at all.
Yasya nahan krito bhavo buddhir yasya na lipyate hatvapi sa imam lokan nahanti na nibatyate.
Even though one slays all these men, if one's understanding is not tainted by action, and one is free from any notion of being the doer, one does not kill, nor is one bound.
Jnanam jneyam parityata trivida karma chodana karanam karma karteti trivida karma sangraha.
The act of knowing, the object of knowledge, and the knower are the 3 things that stimulate action, and the instrument, the act itself, and the performer are the 3 components of action.
Jnanam karma cha karta cha trideva guna betataha prochate guna sankhyani yatavakchrunotanyapi.
Based on the 3 gunas, there are 3 ways of seeing knowledge, action, and the performer of action. Now listen as I describe them for you.
Sarva bhuteshu yenaikam bhavam avyayamikshate avibhaktam vibhakteshu tat jnanam vidhi sattvikam.
That knowledge which reveals one changeless reality in all beings, undivided in different bodies, is sattvic in nature.
Pradaktvenattu yajnanam nana bhavan pradakvidan veti sarveshu bhuteshu tat jnanam vidhi rajasam.
That knowledge which is based on distinction and which sees different entities in varying physical forms is rajasic in nature.
Yattu kritsnavade kasmin karye saktam mahetukam atatvartavadalpam cha tattamasamudaratam.
But that knowledge which is not based on reason, which clings to one single idea as if it were everything, which is oblivious to truth and therefore limited, that knowledge is declared to be tamasic.
Niyatam sangarahitam aragatveshatakrutam apalaprepsuna karma yattat sattvikamudhyate.
Prescribed work which is done without attachment, without desire or hatred, by one who does not look for any reward, is said to be sattvic.
Yattu kamepsuna karma sahankarena va punaha kriyate bahulayasam tat rajasamudaratam.
Action performed with a longing to fulfill desires, and which is motivated by ego or excessive endeavor, is said to be rajasic.
Anubandham kshayam himsam anavikshatcha paurusham mohadarapyate karma yattattamasamudhyate.
And that work which is done under delusion, which does not consider one's ability and does not care about the consequences, loss, or injury involved, is said to be tamasic.
Mukta sango naham vadi trityutsaha samanvitaha setya siddhyor nirvikara karta sattvika uchyate.
The performer of action, who is free from attachment and self-centeredness, who is endowed with determination and enthusiasm, and is unaffected by success and failure, is said to be sattvic.
Ragi karma pala prepsur lupto himsatmako shuchihi harsha shokanvitak karta rajasa parikirtitaha.
That performer of action who desires the fruits of his actions, who is greedy, envious, impure, and always overwhelmed by delight and grief, is said to be in the mode of rajas.
Ayukta prakrita stapta shato nishkritiko lasaha vishadi dirgha shutricha karta tamasa uchyate.
And that person who is unqualified, vulgar, stubborn, vicious, dishonest, lazy, morose, and a procrastinator is said to be tamasic.
Buddhir bedam druteshchaiva gunatas-trividam shrunu protyamanam asheshena prataktvena dhananjaya.
Now hear, Arjuna, as I explain the difference between the three types of intelligence and determination according to the gunas.
Pravritim cha nivrittim cha karya karye bhaya bhaye bandham moksha cha ya veti buddhi sapartha sattvaki.
That intelligence, Arjuna, which understands prescribed action and renunciation of action, which can discern what ought to be done and what ought not to be done, what should be feared and what should not, what brings bondage and what brings liberation, is in the mode of sattva.
Yaya dharmam adharmam cha karyam cha karyameva cha ayatavat prajanati buddhi sapartha rajasi.
The intelligence which brings confusion about what is right and what is wrong, and about what should or should not be done, is under the influence of rajas.
Adharmam dharmamitiya manyate tamasavrata savartan viparittamscha buddhisa partatamasi.
The intelligence, Arjuna, which is covered in darkness and regards unrighteousness as righteousness and righteousness as unrighteousness, has the wrong idea on all things and is considered tamasic.
Dhrityayaya dharayate manapranendriya kriya yogena vyabhicharinya tritisa partha sattviki.
That determination by which one can steady the mind, breath, and senses in undeviating yoga practice is of the nature of sattva.
Yayadu dharmaka martan dhritya dharayate Arjuna prasangena palakankshi tritisa partha rajasi.
That determination, Arjuna, which causes one to seek rewards from the pursuit of righteousness, desire, and wealth, is of the nature of rajas.
Yaya swapnam vayam shokam vishadam madameva cha na vimunchati durmeda tritisa partatamasi.
And that determination by which a foolish person is unable to go beyond sleep, fear, grief, depression, and egotism, O Arjuna, is of the nature of tamas.
Sukham tvidanim trividam shunu me paratarshava abhyasatramate yatra tukantam chanigachyati.
Arjuna, there are also three kinds of happiness. Hear from me about the happiness which is obtained after continued practice and which frees one from suffering.
Yatatakre vishameva pariname mritopamam tatsukam satvikam proktam atmabuddhi prasadajam.
Sattvic happiness is like poison in the beginning, but eventually becomes like nectar. It arises from a serene state of mind and leads to one knowing the self.
Vishayendriya samyogat tadatakre mritopamam pariname vishameva tatsukam rajasam smrutam.
Rajasic happiness, however, is like nectar in the beginning and ends in poison. It arises from the senses contacting their sense objects.
Yadakre chanubande cha sukham mohanamatmanaha nitralasya pramadotam tattamasamudaratam.
And tamasic happiness causes delusion both at the beginning and the end. It is based on sleep, laziness, and foolishness.
Natatasti prithivyam va divi deveshu va punaha sattvam prakritijair muktam yadebi syatrabir gunai.
There is no being on earth, or even among the gods in heaven, who is free from the influence of these gunas arising from this material nature.
Brahmana kshatriya visham shudranam cha parantapa karmani pravibhaktani sabhava prabhaver gunai.
The duties of the Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas and Shudras, Arjuna, are also divided according to the gunas which arise from their inherent nature.
Shamodamastapashaucham kshantirarjavamevacha jnanam vijnanamastikyam brahmam karma svabhavajam.
Serenity and restraint, self-discipline, purity, patience, integrity, knowledge, wisdom and faith in the Vedas, all these constitute the qualities of the Brahmanas by which they carry out their work.
Shauryam tejodhritir daksham yutte chapya palayanam danam ishvarabhavascha kshatram karma svabhavajam.
Heroism, power, determination, skill and courage in battle, generosity and leadership are the inherent characteristics of the Kshatriyas.
Krishiko rakshyavānijam Veshyakarma svabhavajam Paricharyatmakam karma Shutrasyapi svabhavajam.
Agriculture, cattle breeding and trade are the natural work of Vaishyas. The natural duty of the Shudras is labor and service to others.
Sve sve karmanya birata samsittim labate naraha swakarma nirata sittim yata vindati tachranu.
Through dedication to one's own duty, one attains perfection. Now listen to exactly how a person dedicated in such a way achieves perfection.
Yata pravritir bhutanam yena sarvamidam tatam swakarmana tam abhyartya siddhim vindati manavaha.
The Lord is the one from whom all beings have evolved and by whom all this is pervaded. By worshipping Him through one's own duty, one attains that perfect state.
Shriyan swadharmo viguna paradharmat svanushthitat swabhava niyatam karma kurvanapnoti kilbisham.
Better is one's own dharma imperfectly done than the dharma of another done perfectly. When one practices the dharma ordained by one's own nature, one never bears any sin.
Sahajam karma kaunteya satosham api natyajet sarvaramba hidoshena tome naknirivavratah.
O Arjuna, one should not give up the work one has been born to do, even if it has faults. For all action is enveloped by some kind of fault, just as fire is covered by smoke.
Asakta buddhi sarvatra chitatma vigataspraha nishkarmya sittim paramam sannyasena digachyati.
One who is completely unattached, who is self-controlled and is free from desires, is liberated from all action. Such renunciation brings that supreme perfection.
Sittim prapto yata brahma tatapnoti nibodhame samasenaiva kaunteya nishta jnanasya yapara.
Now learn from me briefly, Arjuna, how one who has achieved this perfection attains Brahman, which is the highest stage of knowledge.
Buddhya vishuddhaya yukto trityatmanam niyamya cha shabdhadin vishayam styaktva ragadvesho bhyutasya cha vivikta sevi lakvashi yitavakkaya manasaha Dhyana-Yoga paro nityam vairakyam samupashritaha ahankaram balam darpam kamam krodam parikraham vimucya nirmamashanto brahma bhuyaya kalpate.
Using his purified intellect, subduing the mind with determination, renouncing the objects of the senses such as sound, abandoning attraction and hatred for things, living in solitude, eating little, restraining his speech, body and mind, constantly engaged in the yoga of meditation with a mood of dispassion, having given up all self-centered ideas along with power, arrogance, desire, anger, and material things, such a person has no sense of ownership. He remains peaceful and becomes worthy of the state of Brahman.
Brahmabhuta prasannatma nashochati nakakshati samasarveshu bhuteshu mat bhaktim labate param.
Having realized the state of Brahman and becoming full of joy, he neither grieves nor craves for anything. Being the same to all beings, he realizes supreme devotion to me.
Bhaktya mam abhijanati yavanyascha tattvataha tato mam tattvato nyatva vishate tattanantaram.
By devotion alone, he gains the true knowledge of who and what I am. Knowing me in this way, through this devotion, he unites with me.
Sarvakarmanyapi sada kurvano matvyapashrayaha matprasadattavapnoti shashvatam padamavyayam.
Constantly engaged in all prescribed duties, but utterly surrendered to me, through my grace, he attains the eternal changeless state.
Cetasa sarvakarmani mayi sanyasya matparaha Bhakti-Yogam upashritya matchita satatam bhava.
Mentally dedicating all actions to me, thinking of me as the supreme goal, and engaged in yoga, focus your mind on me.
Matchita sarva durgani matprasadattarishyasi atachetvam mahankaran nashrosyasi vinanksyasi.
Focusing your mind on me, by my grace, you shall overcome all obstacles. If, however, out of pride, you do not listen to me, you will be ruined.
Yadahankaram ashritya na yotsya iti manyase mityesha vyavasayaste prakritistvam niyuksyati.
If you give in to pride and think, I will not fight, your resolve will be futile, for your own nature will compel you to act.
Svabhava jane kaunteya nibattasvena karmana kartum nechasi yanmohat karishyasya vashopitat.
O Arjuna, out of illusion you do not wish to fight, but bound by the duty born from your own nature, you will be compelled to do so.
Ishvara sarva bhutanam hriddeshe Arjuna tishtati brahmayan sarva bhutani yantrarudani mayaya.
The Lord abides in the heart of every being, Arjuna. By his power, he controls all their movements through life, as if they were seated on a machine.
Tameva sharanam gaccha sarvabhavena bharata tat prasadat param shantim stanam prapsyasi shashvatam.
O Arjuna, surrender to him alone with your whole being. By his grace you shall obtain supreme peace and the eternal abode.
Iti te jnanamakhyatam guhyat guhyataram maya vimrasheta tasheshena yattechasi tata kuru.
And so I have taught you that knowledge which is the greatest of all mysteries. Reflecting on it thoroughly, do what you think is best.
Sarva guhyatamam bhuya shrinomi paramam vachaha ishtosi me drishamiti tato vakshyami te hitam.
Once again, hear my supreme teaching, the most secret of all. Because you are so dear to me, I will declare what is best for you.
Manmana bhava mat bhakto mat yaji mam namaskuru mame vaishyasi satyam te pratijane priyosi me.
Fix your mind on me, be devoted to me, worship me, bow down before me, and you shall come to me. I promise you this for certain, for you are dear to me.
Sarva dharma parityajya mamekam sharanam vraja aham tva sarva papepyo mokshayishyami ma shachaha.
Abandoning all dharmas, surrender to me alone. I will take care of all your sins. I will liberate you. Have no fear.
Hiram te na tapaskaya na bhaktaya kadachana na chashushrusha vacham nachamam yopyasuyase.
This teaching should never be revealed to one who is devoid of self-discipline and devotion, nor to one who has no desire to listen, and certainly not to one who is envious of me.
Ya imam paramam goyam mat bhakteshvavidasyati bhaktim mayi param krutva mami vaishyatya samshayaha.
But the one who gives this highest mystery to my devotees displays the highest devotion to me and shall come to me. There is no doubt about this.
Natcha tasma manusyeshu kaschinmi priyakruttamaha bhavita nacha me tasmat anya priyataro bhuvi.
There is nobody who can perform a service more pleasing to me than this, nor shall there be another on earth dearer to me than he.
Adeshyete chaya imam dharmam sambadamavayoh jnana-yajnena tenaham ishtasyamiti me matihi.
And in my opinion, whoever studies this dialogue of ours based on Dharma worships me through the sacrifice of knowledge.
Shraddhavananasuyascha shrunuyatapi yo naraha sopi mukta shubham lokan prapnuyat punya karmanam.
And the one who listens to it with faith, free from envy, shall also be liberated and will attain the auspicious realms where those who have performed righteous deeds reside.
Kachite tachshratam parta tvaye kakrena chetasa kachidaknyana sammoha pranashtaste dhananjaya.
O Arjuna, have you paid attention to this teaching with a concentrated mind? Has your delusion based on ignorance been dispelled?
Arjuna vacha nashto moha smritir lapta tatprasadan mayachyuta stitosmi gata sandeha karishye vachanam tava.
Arjuna says, my delusion has been destroyed. By your grace, O Krishna, I have regained my understanding. I am freed from doubts. I stand strong and will act according to your word.
Sanjaya vacha ityaham vasudevasya partasya cha mahatmanaha sambadam mimamashrosham atputam romaharshanam.
Sanjaya says, thus have I heard this astounding conversation between Krishna and the great-minded Arjuna, which makes my hair stand on end.
Vyasa prasadat shrutavan etat guhyam maham param yogam yogeshwarat krishnat sakshat katayata swayam.
By the grace of Vyasa, I have heard the supreme mystery of yoga, which has been personally declared by Krishna, the Lord of Yoga.
Rajam samsmritya samvadam imamadbhutam keshavarjunayo punyam rishyami cha muhurmuhu.
O King, after remembering this astounding and auspicious dialogue between Sri Krishna and Arjuna, I rejoice again and again.
Tatcha samsmritya rupam matyatputam hare vismayo me mahan rajan prishyamiccha punah punaha.
And as I recall again that most spectacular form of Krishna, I am filled with wonder, O King, and once more I rejoice again and again.
Yatra yogeshvara krishno yatra parto danuddaraha tatra shrir vijayo bhutir dhruvanetir matir mama.
It is my firm conviction that wherever there is Sri Krishna, the Lord of Yoga, and Arjuna who bears the bow, there will always be victory, wealth, success, and good judgment.